Let's check. Nathan. Nathan. Alright, and how about Dick? Alright, and it works. Nick. 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 Alright, and it's working, and we're live. And it's working, and we're live. And we're live, and it's working. One person says, hey, go make a song. I'm making a song. Dude, I've been farting so much. It is 5.
Bang! Neves Knives. I'm Jared, and this was a gift and stick. Now, there's no possible way for this thing to get down to a thin edge. It's just not possible, even with a deep hollow grind. But there's so much more to it than just that when we're talking about blade geometry. Now, what's a good or a good idea of good geometry to be? Now, if we're talking about being a, or, you know,
I'm learning about blades.
Let's get into the bad geometry first. And starting this off, we will start this off with...
And typing ends in chat room.
CEO. This is a CRKT CEO. Now, why does this have bad geometry? Well, one, it has a very thick blade stock. Now, we need to consider one thing. What is this made for? Because that is the biggest question you always need to ask when you're looking at geometry. What is that knife made for? This knife is made to be a letter opener. Made to be a letter opener, maybe cut open some packages and open mail and things like that. It's not made for anything more than that. So it's never going to be your recycling knife or your rope cutting knife or anything like that. So it doesn't really hurt it to have thick geometry, but it definitely doesn't help it either. And being a thin pen-like knife in the hand, you cannot get a good grip on this. There's no reason that it has this thick of geometry. One, it starts off with a very thick grind, and then it has to get down to its cutting edge from right here. So it only has this far to get down to a cutting edge. Bad geometry. They should have started this off with a very thin blade stock, and it'd be much more slicey. Now, it doesn't really hurt it because it's not made to really do anything crazy, and you know, you don't really need good geometry to cut open a letter. But, you know, it definitely doesn't do it in having bad geometry. Next, the Zero Tolerance ZT-0450. Now, ZT is known for making hard use knives with thicker grinds, you know, and this is basically that too, but it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because you can't get good grip on this. This is a 3.5 finger knife. It's thin, compact, and a small knife. It's not a big knife. So you can never get a good grip on this. You're never going to have great ergos with this thing. It's just uncomfortable in the hand. So you can never do long-term cutting with this. Then they put a thick grind on it. Look at how thick and robust that is. And then it has to get down the cutting edge from this thick, starting right here. Not a full flat, starting halfway down the blade. So it only has this far to get down to a cutting edge. So thick behind the edge, and it has a flat grind too. If it had a hollow grind, it might be different, but it's just way too robust of a grind for the type of grip you can get. Now, some would argue that it's kind of a multi-use knife or a multi-tool type of knife where it's supposed to be able to do multiple tasks. And maybe that's so, but in that case, it shouldn't be as uncomfortable as it is because it doesn't have the type of ergos that you would want to actually do anything tough with it. So in that case, it has very bad geometry. The Zero Tolerance 0450. Next, another one very similar. Benchmade 940. Now this is the Dash 1 S90V, and I am going to have a little bit of an argument for its size, or side. It is kind of supposed to be a multi-tool. You know, kind of like I was saying with the ZT-0450, but in this case you actually can get a pretty good grip with it. Now if you look at the blade stock, you can see how thick and robust it is, and then when we go down to the tip, the tip is like a swedge. So this tip is basically made to do very, very light duty prying. Nothing big, nothing hard, just little light duty prying stuff. And I'm not telling you to do that because it will void your warranty, I'm sure. But a lot of knives are made to do that. A lot of knives. You know, a lot of knives
So much gas
knives are a tool.
that I pass.
Job site, you do construction, you do farming,
Oh,
you do all
god
the
damn.
Some of them do need to be tougher than
Straight up
others.
smelling like
And
trash.
it does have a type of blade shape and
On the
handle
way out,
shape
you tear
that
the
you would
bag.
want for that type of knife. But it's, you know, it's so short of grind that it doesn't get down to a good cutting edge. Now, I guess you could say this is not supposed to be a good slicer. This is supposed to be able to just cut things when you need it and be tough all the way around the board. If you need to pry a little something, maybe you need to put it on something and tap the spine because it has a very, very strong lock. That's another good argument towards grind. It has an incredibly strong lock. The axis lock is, you know, very, very tough. However, for its size and everything, I mean, it is.
I'm listening to this too. Try to listen to some dynamics.
However, you can lay back the edge and get a little bit better cut.
Because like my drums muddy up everything, and so does my melodies. I gotta figure out what parts of my melody, when and why it's side chain.
I can't remember the name. I'll put it up on the screen. But this knife is a good example of a knife that they went all wrong. It has a crazy thick blade. Then it has to get down to the cutting edge from halfway up the blade, not a full, and it's not hollow. So it's not a full flat knife, and it's not a hollow. It's super thick behind the edge. Then when we come back here to the handle, yeah, it's thick. So yeah, it's okay in the hand. It's not the most comfortable, but it's not a knife I can really bear down on, and especially not for anything long term. This is gonna be a knife that I pull out, I use once, and I put back in my pocket. You know, so I put this type of grind on it, and the handle also the lock. The lock is a very weak lock. I'm not saying it's gonna fail in the test, but it's not a strong locking mechanism. It's a very thin liner, you know, very weak liner, so it's not made to do anything tough. From looking at the handle and the build, it's made to be a light duty knife. So why would you put a grind on it that's made for hard use? It just doesn't make sense. And if you look at my edge bevel, it looks like it's 15 degrees per side, but that's actually 20 degrees per side. But that's just how thick it is behind the edge. So this thing does not cut very well. And it's not built to be a multi-tool or built to do harder things that the blade makes it seem like it could do. Next, and last, for the bad geometry, this is the Terzola drop knife. Now I am going to stick up for it because Terzola makes tactical knives. He's actually the one that coined the phrase and invented the tactical knife. Now this is a compact version of his tactical knives. We is the one who did make it, but he's the designer, Bob Terzola. Now, it's a spear point blade, like his original tactical knife, with, you know, it's a smaller knife. His original one is a lot bigger, and it has a hollow one. This one has a flat grind instead of a hollow. It has a very plate stock and a very robust tip. Now, with a tactical knife, you want those things, right? But his original one has a hollow grind. Now this one's a flat, so it is made to be tougher, but it's just not as comfortable as it should be to be able to do those things. Now you could say, well, it's supposed to be just somewhat tough, not like crazy tough, and I would say, yeah, maybe, you know, and in that case, you know, whatever, but it is a titanium liner lock. It is an awesome knife, but it does not cut very well. However, there are things you can do to improve the cutting performance on a knife, like laying back the edge. If you look at the edge, I laid this side back. This side is 15 degrees per side, and that's why the edge bevel is so big on it. Now on the other side, I did it at like 22 degrees per side or something.
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
what I'm starting to
So
see. I'm starting to
it
see
would
those
be
bevels.
even more slicey if I laid back
Getting
both
it all
sides,
nice and
but also
slicey.
the edge wouldn't be as tough. So in order to keep the durability of the edge, you know, being that it's supposed to be a tough knife, and make it slicey, I laid back only one side, and man, it improved the cutting performance like by like 4 times. Like it improved it massively. So I'm very happy with the cutting performance now, but right off the bat, no, it has very bad geometry. In order to get geometry, you do have to put a crazy big edge bevel on it, you know, which some people would think it looks crazy. Now, I would argue another way to kind of not help that, but another way to do it, you know, this way is one way, but there's always other ways. You can do a dual grind. So a dual grind is going to make it where, and by the way, I like this blade shape way better than I like this blade shape. This is just to represent another way. So another way is a dual grind, where you make it very thin at the cutting edge. So this is super
That's a nice
thin right here.
knife.
It's a very deep hollow. Now this has a thick blade.
Oh shit, number
Very
100.
Thin right here behind the edge, but then we get up to the tip, and it's a flat grind instead of a hollow. This is a tip that is made to not grit. It's made to do those light-duty prime tasks while still having a nice thin edge right
Oh,
here.
there's a fight
for
tonight?
slicing and very thin.
Looks like there was a
push through
fight
material
tonight.
while having good, comfortable ergo, so you're going to be able to use it longer than you would a knife that's uncomfortable. Now, I'm not saying it's an all-day, you know, cutting knife like some knives
Hey guys,
are,
subscribe
but
for
it's
daily
definitely a
content.
knife
And if you're
that
shopping
you
for
can use
gear,
a little
make
bit
sure you check out the
longer
description for
term
the
than
newest
others
items at some of the
while
very best
Wow,
value
that's a
retailers.
$200
There's also links
knife.
to some of the items that I personally recommend.
and not
Thanks.
worry about chipping and still keep it nice.
I mean, I
and
want it. I'm just
sliced.
not gonna pay that
Now,
price. That's fucking
That's kind of what
ridiculous.
this is going for, except for it kind of hurt the slicing part. And this is not a knife you're going to be batoning. It's not a knife you're going to be doing crazy things with, considering the lock, the size, the ergos, and all those other things. Now let's get into some good geometry.
Why does
Let's go
anyone
through it
care?
quick because this video is getting long.
It's gonna be the
First off,
same.
we have
melody.
the Kaiser Dukes, a light-duty basic EDC knife. What is this knife made for? This knife is made for basic basic EDC tasks: cutting rope, cutting cardboard, opening packages, great flipping action. So, the handle is a 3-4. You get a full grip, I guess, but it's not a very comfortable full grip, but it's okay. Now, because it's not like the most comfortable grip, it needs thin slicing geometry, and in this case, they knocked it out of the park. Nice thin hollow grind, and it's almost a full hollow. I mean, it does have the swedge up here to reinforce a little strength behind the tip, but very, very slicey. It makes sense. Next, now say a little compact knife that's a little lockback, that's made to be a knife you just take out of your pocket, make a cut, put it back in your pocket, does not need thick geometry. And this knife has a very thin blade stock. This is the Spyderco Shackled Route. Very tall flat grind, and like we were saying before, thin blade stock, and then it slowly gets down to its cutting edge. So this thing cuts incredibly well, especially considering you're not going to get those comfortable grip on
Welcome
this
back to
thing.
the channel.
You know, it's
Today
just not
I'm
built
doing a
for that.
comparison
So
between
since
the
you're not
different
going to get the most
aerodynamic
comfortable
DT
grip,
Pro
it
models.
should
So
have
we're going to be
really good
comparing
cutting
the
performance
sound, build
to
quality, value
make
for
up
money between
for
the DT
its
Classic
smallness.
range, the newly released
to its cutting
DT
edge.
Pro
So
X
this thing
range,
cuts
which I've been
incredibly
getting
well,
bombarded with
especially
questions about,
considering
and
you're not
also
gonna
the
get those
premium
comfortable grip.
DT
It's made
Pro
to
range.
be a
Each
knife
of
you
these
just take
ranges
out of your
comes
pocket,
with both
make
a
a
closed
cut,
and
put it
open
back in
back
your
model,
pocket.
and I've made a
Does
video
not need thick
specifically about the
geometry,
differences
and this
between
knife
closed and
has
open
a
back and
very
which one's
thin
right for you.
blade stock.
But in this video,
This
I'm going
is
to
Spyderco Shackled Route.
regardless of the back nature of the headphones. I've added chapter
the
markers
flat
and
grind,
timestamps
the real
to the video
steel
so that you can
G-frame.
navigate to the part of the guide that you need. But first, I want to talk about my background with the headphones. I've been using the range for the past 4 or 5 years. The new DT Pro X range, while they only came out about 2 weeks ago, I've actually been using these for I started with with some prototype models, and then I've been using the final ones for many months now, so I've really been sort of building my in your region, of course. With that sort of background out of the way, let's start with the sound quality, because that's what most people are interested in. And it's not just before we dive into the signature, I've just put the prices up on the screen, so I've tried to convert to US dollars as well, but the price will vary in your region, of course. With that sort of background out of the way, let's start with the sound quality, because that's what most people are interested in. And it's not just a case of you pay more for a better sound. The three headphones really do sound vastly different to each other, but let's get into it. So the classic range, they have a very strong and clean bass. They are lacking a little bit in that sub bass, so they don't have a really boomy and extended low end, but they do have a very solid bass. The sort of low mids and mid range is a little bit scooped or recessed, and then they have a really excellent treble response, so they get quite bright, and there's a lot of clarity in these headphones. It's a very sort of well-known and trusted sound signature. The only issue people have is that you have to pick a different impedance of headphones for a different task. Now again, I've made a video all about this, but it means that sometimes these are not loud enough if you plug them into a particular device. Taking a listen to the new DT Pro X headphones, the first thing you'll notice is that they are significantly louder than both the classic and the premium range. What they've done is try to find one impedance and sensitivity that works for a lot of different devices. So whether I'm plugging it into my sort of studio audio interface or just plugging it into an iPad, it's always super loud when you want it to be. Now I don't recommend listening to music particularly loud, but if you use that volume, which you sometimes can't get out of other headphones, you don't have a problem with these new ones. So you can turn them up louder, but what is that sound signature actually like to listen to? I'd say they have a similar bass response to the classic range, but where they've really reinforced it is in the sub bass. So it's still a very clean sub bass, but they just sound like they extend a lot deeper. They sound richer in that sub bass, which to be honest makes them a lot more fun when you're producing. Then they're definitely warmer through the low mids. They don't feel scooped in the low mids or the mid range at all. However, they don't have the same airy treble response that the classic range or the premium range have. They're a lot smoother in the top end. And honestly, it's a really interesting treble response because it's not crispy or airy like you might normally be used to with biodynamic headphones, but it still has an awful lot of depth, and it's very easy to still sort of hear where things are placed. The stereo image is brilliant. It just doesn't have that sort of airy quality that I know for some people can be a little bit fatiguing. But how do they compare to the premium DT Pro headphones? So firstly, starting with the bass and the sub bass, it's very similar to the Pro X. You get a very strong and clean sub bass and bass here. I'd say it's a little easier to sort of place and mix the sub bass frequencies in these in particular. They start sounding more sort of neutral or even maybe slightly recessed through the mid-range, but then as you get to the treble, these become incredibly airy, very crispy, and this is what you want for a lot of the applications with these headphones, especially when you're mastering or doing critical mixing decisions. That extra sort of airy analytical quality is usually what you need in those situations, but it can mean that for some people it can be quite intense if you're not used to it. But I'm sure you'd agree, if you could sit here and try these on listening to a range of music with me, you'd hear that it's not that one is better than the other. They really are three different headphones for three different types of music. Let's now take a look at the styling and quality. I don't want to show you any shots that are too fancy, I sort of just want to show you what these look like on the head to start off with. So for those that are wondering, my head is 60 centimeters circumference, sort of measured just above the ears. I don't know if that's helpful, but you can see the headphones look quite different on the head. This is all completely personal preference, whether you like it or not, but that should give you a bit of an idea. And now let's look at the sort of build quality and some close-up shots, starting with the DT Classic range. I've really liked the build quality of these for many years. I think they're a solidly built pair of headphones, and it's really easy to repair or replace them. The ear pads are incredibly soft, and I know this is something most people notice about biodynamic ear pads. They sit all the way over your ears, and the headband and ear pads are both super easy to just unclip or pull off, clean them or replace them. And this means that the Classic range is still my favorite if you're sort of stocking up a recording studio with these, or you need to clean your headphones regularly for different clients or whatnot, some people do voice concerns about there being a fixed cable, so they're worried that that might break or be difficult to replace. All I can say is that after using them for 4 or 5 years, I haven't had any of these cables break on me. The real issue for me with the fixed cable is that each impedance of these headphones comes with a different length cable. Sometimes you might be left with a cable that is far too long if you're just sitting at your desk or something like that. It seems that Fire Dynamic listened to a lot of those user concerns, so in the Pro X, these do have a detachable cable. Now I don't know if this would make it any more difficult to break it, because of course you could still break this if you pulled on it with a lot of strength. However, what the detachable cable lets you do is swap out different lengths of cable for different tasks. But let's take a closer look at the actual quality of these. So overall, they definitely have a much more minimalistic, maybe even refined quality to them. They've still got the metal yokes just like the classic range, and the cups are plastic. It all feels pretty good to me. The ear pads on these are really special. They're by far the softest of any headphones that I've tried, and you know that I've tried dozens of different headphones in the time that I've had this channel. But along with being incredibly soft, it's also really easy to remove and replace, even easier than the classic or the premium range. You just unclip it, there's like a little notch and a ring, and you just clip it back in. It really almost couldn't be simpler. The headband again is very soft. I like the material used, and you can also pull this out if you have to do any kind of maintenance or just for cleaning. They definitely do feel like a more premium experience over the classic range. Finally, let's take a look at the premium DT Pro range. These really do feel special. When you pick them up, you know immediately that you're holding the sort of flagship, sort of top of the range product. It's just got that sort of energy and feel to it. Of course, you know, the materials used here is no compromises. They're really comfortable. They are heavier than the other headphones, but I've never really found an issue with the weight here, because the clamping force, at least for my size of head, feels right, and I measured it at around 60 centimeters like I said earlier. Unlike the other models, you can't remove the headband, but it is super easy to clean. Just every couple of months I just sort of clean it with some water, and it seems to clean up just as good as new. I do, however, find it much harder to replace the ear pads on these. They're really easy to take off. They do take a couple of minutes to get back on if you're not really super experienced with it. I always find that a bit of a problem with these ones. However, overall, it's all, you know, exactly what you'd expect from the sort of top of the range product. So now that we've compared the price, the sound, the styling, the build quality, you can see that you can't really go wrong with any of them. They're all good value for money, but it's not as simple as just spending whatever budget you have. You can see that they're really made for different sorts of users. I mean, the DT Pro X range is working for me right now because I'm always testing out different devices. Sometimes I have to work on an iPad, on a mobile DAW, testing, you know, high-end preamps, budget interfaces, whatever I plug these into. They give me a really consistent sound, and it's that consistency that I'm sort of really liking right now. The classic DT Pro range still represents the best value for money of any headphone I've tried. And they're not just good as your first pair of headphones, these would be good for your whole career. Honestly, they last for such a long time, so really trusted sound profile. The issue is one pair of headphones are not going to suit every device you need to plug it into, so you're going to need to make sure that you've got the right impedance for the task. And while I wish...
That was a unnecessary video. It was not needed. Oh, I'm gonna laugh if I die here. You gotta follow me, bitch. a bitch. Oh well. No one's gonna heal me? Alright, I'll heal myself. Have I return? Tuesday. Or maybe tomorrow if I'm feeling up for it. Depends if I'm feeling up to go in tomorrow. But I'm probably gonna go in on Tuesday. And or Thursday. I get hilarious that one of my buddies at that school called me out. He says, "When are you returning?" I was like, "Soon, why?" He's like, "'Cause you've been running your mouth." I was like, "Yeah." What's this? That guy wants all action with you? Yeah. Well, it's good that he spoke up. It's funny because I was actually talking shit about some other guy at my school who's a much higher belt. Like, I thought he would have said something, but he didn't, and it was this guy. Which was surprising. Like, dude, I didn't expect him to say anything. I had a great conversation with him afterwards. Cause he's like, "I'm gonna hurt you," and I was like, I welcome it. I was like, "Have that energy, dude, because I'm gonna walk you through all the submissions." He didn't like that. I was like, "Keep the energy. I'm gonna walk you through all the submissions, dude." Yeah, you almost got it, dude. Yeah, you almost got it, dude. Yep. You got cross collar, right? That's what you're going for? Yeah, you just right a little bit more. There you go. I'll just tap right now. I'll just tap right now, dude. You didn't earn shit. Get the fuck off me. Get the fuck off me. Now, I was gonna troll him pretty hard, but then I was like, I don't even know the kid that well. The kid's half my age. Not even. No, half. Yeah, about half. Exactly half. And I laughed at him. I was like, "Man, I didn't expect you to talk shit. I expected other people, but not you." And it's not like he's mad. It's like, "I want to hurt you," and then followed by like, "Yeah, man, my brother and I, we were wondering what happened to you." Kind of the, you know how jiu-jitsu people do the, "Hey, man, I thought about you." Yeah, well, I kinda, thought about you too. Yeah, yeah. Alright, now let's go choke each other out. Alright. Nah, he's, they're purple belts now. Dude, when I was there, they just turned blue when they started there, so they're purple belt. No, but I've been watching a lot of videos. I just need to be ready to not suck ass. But I'm just gonna go to the white belt class and just try to beat up a couple of white belts. I mean, it's a lesson I learned before I left. No mercy. No mercy, dude. You get tapped by a white belt, you got tapped by a white belt. Doesn't matter who you're going against, dude. Unless they're girls, then I just have fun. Yeah, but that thing happened. That always happens. Where I'm like, man, alright, what am I gonna, which coin is gonna pay for my jiu-jitsu? It's like, man, I should just diversify and just take like 50, 50, 50 and just pay for it instead of just doing all one coin. So what did I do? I did one coin. And then you know what happened? That one coin took off after I fucking sold a bunch. But I'm not that upset. Because I honestly believe that that's the spell. By me selling that coin, it was the reason why it went up is because I sold it. That's all part of it. I gotta figure out how to get better at magic though, cause I keep under and over casting my shit. If you don't believe in magic, I got news for you. You're an idiot. Cause that shit's real. If it's not real, then why the fuck is Hillary Clinton practicing that shit? Dude, a week before her birthday, exactly 7 days before her birthday, Colin Powell, her friend, dies. Oh my god, dude, I can't believe this happened. This is the funniest shit ever. I'm just gonna die here. I guess I'll die. Now, I want him to beat me up because I think that's funny that him, of all people. I was like, I didn't expect him to be upset, but it makes sense, dude. Because he is the one that reminds me of me the most. So... of course he would say something to me because that's something I would do. I'm still laughing at it because he basically called me out. He's like, you keep saying you're gonna return. It's been like a month. It's been like 2 months since you say you're gonna come back. You keep saying it. And I was like, man, you calling me out? So I think it's funny that he called me out. It's like, damn, dude. But I mean, he's right. That's all part of the plan. Like, how am I gonna get a giant brand name? All these people are gonna wear my shit. Dude, people know who the fuck I am, dude. I had this dream that if I worked hard enough in the next couple of months, I'm gonna be on Jocko's show. He's gonna interview me. I had this dream, and it was the funniest thing in the world. Where it went from him being like, man, you're fucking retarded, bouncing back to, man, that's a really good point. What a fucking guy, dude. I died so these guys could live. That's not a private lesson. It's more like they're giving me a private. The reason why I really liked rolling with those kids is because they were lighter than everyone else, but they were just as good. They were like 150, 130, 150. Where everyone else is like 190. They're all fat fucks at my school. We just normalize being fat. That's literally all it comes down to. Every single fat belt at my school, just like, yo, it's because I eat too much. And it's like, dude, stop laughing, bro. Like, you only said that to make yourself feel better, and everyone else feels worse because we have to look at your stupid, fat, dumb, ignorant, fucking crime-having ass motherfucker. That shit out of here. Get that monkey shit out of here, you fucking Nick. Like, the fuck on out of here. But, like I said, dude, I remember one of the first weeks of me going to that school and rolling against a guy and him having a giant pee-pee stain, and then me having a racist thought being like, of course it would be the black guy. Of course it would be the black guy that have a giant pee-pee stain on his fucking crotch, dude. Oh, that's racist? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, whoops. I didn't know that was racist. It's called stereotyping. It's called stereotyping. I can stereotype out of one. It's like if I went to a fucking school and I was like, man, I bet this motherfucker open up his fucking lunchbox, it's gonna be rice. Same shit. I can stereotype. Same shit.
What now?
Fuck up out of here. What is this? I need to co-op. No, but whatever, dude. Chances are, there's no one in here. God damn, dude. I gotta remember that, dude. I gotta stop acting like people watch this. This is for later viewing. For now. This is for later. I keep forgetting people aren't actually here. Oh, this guy restores a Kawasaki motorcycle. I might have to watch that. It's like half an hour though. Got up and I left it. Sneaky motherfucker. I'm sneaky. Get off me with that shit, bitch. Oh my god, I ran right into it. Why would this fucking guy do this? Why would this guy fucking do this? Why would you do this? That guy just wasting his time. Just trying to chase this booty. Shabooty. You're trying to get shabooty. I'll save you, dude. Well, I guess not, because this guy brought killer straight to you. You're dead, dude. You're dead. You're gone. Oh my god, that was a UFC tonight? Oh my god. I wish I knew. Just kidding. Now I make it a habit not to watch Instagram stories on the weekend because it's usually UFC stupid shit. Hey guys, you guys looking to make some money? Go to mybookie.com. Go to mybookie. Go to mybookie.ag. Meanwhile, I'm gonna try to pick up all of the pumpkin spice candles this week. Oh nice, it's market's way back up. That's what's up, dude. Not way back up, but compared to earlier, it's back up. Oh, that's that guy that walked them over to the killer. Oh. Mouthful of honey. Oh, that was hilarious. He just got schooled. Hold on, I got it. I know it's one of these. Little GG easy. Didn't even rank up, but I still gotta talk that shit. Oh, I gotta talk that shit, dude. Fuck you. Alright, it's time for I need to make that money quicker. I shouldn't have held on to that for that long. Man, I could have made that money twice. I gotta remember to just let go. Oh my god. Oh my god, I meant to edit that button. Yum. Just eating honey. Today's Saturday, it's not even Sunday. I gotta see how many pumpkin spice candles I can snag. We gotta get all the Yankee Candle. All the name brand. Pumpkin spice candles. I'm trying to think, like, how many can they possibly? many candles can a giant department store get? The week before November starts. Oh man, November's gonna be hilarious. Are you really gonna unhook me now? You bitch. This guy, dude. Oh, there's the DC. Alright, time to just use my items. Fucking. Fucking nickel and dime. What is that? I broke the pumpkin, bitch. Broke the fucking pumpkin. Suck my dick. Suck my dick. Broke the fucking pumpkin, bitch. Suck my dick. Suck my dick. Oh. Never mind. I ain't shit. I ain't shit. That ain't it. Just put it on your lips. Just put it on your lips. Let it slide down your throat. Oh my god, dude. Are you kidding me, dude? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Dude, are you... That's gotta be the funniest shit in the world. Oh, that's actually kind of funny. That's actually, yeah, that's actually quite humorous. That was actually quite funny. I think I'm gonna go try to hide so the killer cannot. So he literally cannot. Alright, why the fuck would I be in this corner? So I can drink this honey? Probably. What is this song, dude? Smoke that I high. I'll smoke till I die. Go die in front of the gate. Let's see if this bitch makes it out. Oh, I got walnuts in my cranberries. Gotta talk that shit. GG easy, man. It's too easy. Let them know, dude. Them Nick don't know, dude. They don't even know. Ain't nothing to worry about. Nothing. It's funny that I do it live, huh? I can just say it. Say what? You know what I'm saying. Nick. What am I saying, dude? Nick. Provocative. You can smell spirit cooking progress. Okay. It's weird that you would bring that up, but alright. That's fine. It just tells me more about you. And your knowledge of magic. It seems like all you practice or know about seems to be the dark arts. But whatever. Why am I even explaining it? Some days, man, I just think, what if I just deleted everything? Not my life. No, I'm not talking about suicide. I'm about just delete everything else, though. Just leave the internet. Just basically die as a character on this planet. And just be an NPC. Just ghost. And go work at some factory, shave my face, shave my head. Put on that suit. I was thinking about, even with my all or nothing mentality, it's like, if I'm gonna do anything, right? All or nothing. I should just get off the internet. Just get off the fucking internet. We're all dead anyways. We're all dead. I'm not like depressed or like suicidal, it's just why participate? Is what I often wonder. All the people that are active on my Twitter, at least. A little bit on my Instagram, not so much though. Literally what it comes down to is my hell is being lonely. But that's where I'm gonna go. That's where I'm headed. A very lonely existence, the afterlife. But to make that transition easier, I'm put on this planet to hate being around other people. That is the whole purpose of my existence. I think that's what it is. Ooh, that's just gonna make Afterlife so much better. There's a weird like yearning I have to like want this. I have this weird want or need to be around others, and then I realize, man, I fucking hate and can't stand other people. So I think that's part of the hilariousness of this life. That's what I was here for. To learn that lesson, that I can't stand people, and not being around people is gonna be the greatest gift. And it sounds so dark, but the longer I live, the more I realize I hate people. Fucking goddamn. A person is smart. People are fucking dumb. And because of that, I realize how stupid I am. I believe that people cannot go down to hell in a handbasket. What an idiot I was to think that. I fucking hate people, man. Realizing it more and more every day. God, I can't stand people. Like, even to other people, like, I'm trying to get better at it. some of these people I just like will message or say something to. It's like realizing they respond to me because I probably one of the few people that messages with respect. I bet all their other messages are just like, haha, you owe me, I'm a fan, fuck you. I'm guessing it's a lot of that shit. Right, but and then after I realized that about them, it's like the little bit I get, that's nothing, dude. Imagine what those other people get. Like, holy fuck. I was just thinking about it, I was like, man. That reminds me what it was like to be semi-popular on Twitch, and boy do I not miss those. Kind of why I'm glad I'm no longer using the camera. I don't know, it just feels safer because there's so many fucking crazy loony people out there. I need to turn it off to protect myself from people out there. God, dude. Am I gonna, what, did I say something on Twitter that someone's gonna get so mad at me that they're gonna save up all that energy and one fucking day they're gonna hurt me? Don't think it's not possible. I see it now. If you go read my messages with Aljamain Sterling, you'll understand that I changed. Sorry, Aljamain Sterling. I'm sorry I called you the paper champ. I'm sorry I called you out for taking an illegal knee. Because honestly, who gives a shit, dude? That's your life. Start thinking like, let's say a streamer I really disliked showed up, right? To TwitchCon. I wouldn't even go out of my way. I wouldn't even go out of my way to do anything. I just leave him be. So the way I look at it is, someone sent it to me, and I thought that was hilarious. Someone sent me a clip of that one guy, that one pedophile, Cook, and he went viral again in Hawaii. And it was some black dude harassing him for being a pedophile. And I just laughed my ass. Like, I don't have to participate in it at all. The truth will come out. When I die, everyone will realize, well, I had it pretty easy. I had it pretty easy. Too bad. Too bad he spoke a bad message. No. Come on. No way. Well, like, what I'm saying is, like, without even my intervention or my doing anything, like, I didn't think about that guy once. Someone messaged me about it to let me know, and I was just like, dude, this is the funniest shit, cause like, I just like stopped giving a fuck and stopped caring. When someone's just gonna send me a link to him being harassed by some random local in Hawaii. These people calling him a pedophile. This guy just calling him a pedophile. It's like the funniest shit in the world. It's like, it's not irony.
She's gone. She'll never be back after what happened. This place will be a ghost town for the next year.
Like, I don't have to do anything. Like, he can go live his life. He's gonna get harassed because of who he is and what he does. And this is the way the world works. That's why he's here, though. He's here to be a pedophile so people can be a hero and just harass him. And that person doesn't have to be me. It can be anyone else. So, I'll just step away from it. I just thought it was hilarious that... Like, not even scripted, dude. What's up, dude? Just talking shit. You know, finger on the trigger. Hating on a Nick. You know? This is the usual. Those goddamn welfare collecting apes. I'm talking about all the homeless people out there. It doesn't just specify just the entertaining shit. Yeah, I guess. But I ain't no Nick. What? Wow. Smoking on a blunt. Smoking on a blunt. You stay fruity, like some runs. You up to something smelling fishy, like some cunts. Yeah, now that you're here, someone now like the person that was here before can leave. That's how my stream goes. It's funny. It's your turn. Well, whatever. It is what it is. Kind of funny because I wish people. Yeah, and it's always the things they want to talk about. You'll see it. I don't know, man. I often think about if I just deleted myself from the internet. Like I'm perfectly happy. I'm not gonna kill myself. Like I'll probably show up in other people's internet feeds, but what if I just stopped? There are times where, like, I have to really convince myself that the person on the other end of the internet isn't trying to troll me. There's been times where I pick up my phone and I'll just like read some comment or something and just get so mad. Or I'll be here and I'll read a comment every now and then. I'll just like lose my shit. It's just like they're not trying to be dicks. It's like, but they could be. That's the thing. It's like, yeah, but you could be. That's the part you don't see. Is that you could be. Someone wrote my appeal like not too long ago. They were like, dude, what if I wrote your appeal? Hyphonics got unbanned, and I was like, whatever, dude. If you want to write it, go for it. And then he wrote it, and then in 2 weeks, I got a response saying, yeah, no, we don't unban accounts of this level of abuse. And I was like, whatever. But the thing is, like, why do I even want to go back, dude? You understand how much harassment you just get? Is it worth getting swatted? I think I'll pass on getting swatted all the time, dude. That kind of sucked. Like, there's a period of my life where if I heard a knock on the door, I would freeze and be like, oh my god, fuck. Alright, am I gonna get arrested? It's like, is this it? Are they just gonna lock everything up here? Alright, do I have my keys on me? Because I know the protocol of getting arrested, of getting swatted. So it's like, before I even open that door, it's like, oh, I knew exactly what I needed to do, so I wouldn't leave my place just completely wide open. Like the first time. Oh my god, the amount of stress. I just remembered right there. Holy shit, hold on, I gotta pack something, dude. That was... See, at the same time, I feel like I stream for myself too, because this is like me just working through some of the shit I had to deal with. That honestly was one of the worst parts of my life. Like, you know how ridiculous that was? To like have to know you know. Do I even want to get unbanned? No. You know, after the first couple of them, you'd realize you're convinced. You're like, man, these other streamers actually missed me. They actually did. And then, like, after you're like second, you're just like, they don't give a fuck. In fact, they're glad that you got banned because they know that they got some of your fucking subs. It honestly is. It honestly is that dog eat dog of a world there. Do you ever miss getting swatted? Nah, not really. Do I ever do I ever miss just reading a wall of text of just hateful, racist messages? No, not really. Not really, dude. That's kind of why I like this. But if you want to support, you'd support. But only have two supporters. That's alright though. Because I could have 0. I could have 0 supporters. Alright, that's a LFO fade out on that. So just have the effect to be really wet and then LFO that out. That's an interesting technique. And then change the LFO rate. Wow. Can it really be that simple? The answer? Yes. Let's see, where, if I was a hatch, where would I be? That's so funny. That dog. That dog. I want to yell at the dog so much, but that's the stupid mom or the owner's fault. That stupid dog barks so much. The dog just sits there barking at me, looking back. It's like, my owner's gonna come here and congratulate me. Just you wait. Just you wait. And then the owner comes outside and just starts barking along with the dog. And the dog's like, see, I told you we're barking now. And he just starts barking louder. What do you expect, dude? They're white. Asian people would have eaten it by now. Ooh, curveball, see? See? Look at that, dude. It's only alive because white people fuck it. Ooh, you didn't expect me to go there. Oh, that's a good bit. YouTube. Alright, I gotta go to this guy. Hold on. X, no. Z, Y, L. Oh. He has nothing. Did I have fun? No, I didn't. Haven't had fun in a minute. Doesn't matter, I'm about to take a piss. I'm ripping up a fat fucking bowl and I'm gonna get so fucking stoned. So fucking stoned. ET phone home. Burn long time. Like the city of Rome. ET phone home. And that with auto-tune is called trap lyrics. Same speed, just everything needs to be sped up. And this BPM sounds like it's like 75, 78, needs to be double. You got yourself a trap beat. ET phone home. Right there, that's the hook right there. ET phone home. Right there, dude. Cause ET phone home. Right there, see? Right there. I'm talking about SkyTel pagers. Laser beams and the phasers. Warp gates and the lasers. Hairy ass aliens without shavers. Alright, I gotta go take a piss. Those are some bars right there. Those are some bars. Some fucking freestyle. Oh, you can't even hear the music. That's embarrassing. Or could you? Alright. I got a big fat bowl packed. Take a sip of this honey. Take a sip of this honey. God damn, dude. I kinda wanna rap. I need, oh man, I need people to send me beats like this that I can just get on. You know, like, oh man, I just want to, like, I hate switching gears. I just need to, but then that's my problem with listening to my beats after I make it, is I hate it by the time I'm done with it. By the time that I create it, I hate it. I should be proud that I made it, but I hate it. That's the hook right there. Protected from the sun, cause it's shady. Cause it's shady. Lyrics are hard. Lyrics are hard, man. Not like hard as in it's difficult, but as in hard as in like adamantium. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. All right, 8 o'clock, music. Nah, but finding out who trolls are interesting. I genuinely don't trust anyone. I don't trust anyone anymore. Person can be in my chat, be a cool person, then all of a sudden it's like, oh my god, he flipped. Then again, that's on me. And then again, it could always be, maybe they genuinely are trying, they're not trolling. But then why am I so convinced that they are trolling? I don't know. Such a strange thing. I don't trust these people, man. I think that's what the internet. That's why, like, now I look at these people on like Twitch and all that, and like it's on the internet. Unless they figured out a way to do it, like the only people I think have figured it out are YouTubers. I don't think the streamers have figured it out yet. It's like you're at the merciless will of people. It's like, oh look, I don't like this guy saying these things to me. What's the workaround? Well, that guy's gonna throw a couple dollars at me and then get his hateful message across. And what's a couple $100 of just harassment and abuse if you know that they're gonna spend like 10 times as much on therapy? That's why, like, every now and then I just go on one of my alt accounts on Twitch, find someone that I used to know, and just say something where they're just like, huh. Like one of those comments. I'll say one of those. I'll fuck with them. That's why I don't trust anyone. I honestly think people are in my chat that do that to me. I've recently started doing this. In the last 3 months? No, 2 months. When did I go on my alts? I'm going on my alts. Yeah, about 2 months ago. Not even. And that's why I don't like try to read the chat anymore. It's like, I'll check it every like hour or so. Like after every game or something, I'll check it. Because honestly, it's not worth it. Like, why do I need to just endure someone's bullshit for nothing? That's what I don't understand. What I say to them? Well, I say like what people in my chat have said. There's some people in here where I'm just like, man, no. Like even you. I don't even know who you are. shit, dude. You understand? There's like a couple people in here that have come and gone where I'm just like, I've banned you. I've banned you. You're one of those crazy super fans. I don't know who you are, but I mean, eventually I might figure it out, but maybe I'm just paranoid. But then again, who cares? These people they're not like sharing my stream with their friends and family. You know, they're not supporting me in any way. So who cares if I ban them? Who cares if I get rid of my one viewer? It's really just about me playing games and just enjoying shit. So when all is said and done, I'll just have a good laugh. Never gonna make it. Never gonna make it, dude. No one's gonna make it. No, I genuinely think the longer people stay in here and they chat with me, the more and more I start to think that they're just trolls. Dude, like, why would they show up? Why would they constantly be here other than to troll me? Beginning me was try hard me. That was a different me. That was hey guys, let's just have a good time. Then the vengeance came. It was revenge me. It was just revenge me for the next year, 2 years. It was just nothing but revenge me. Yeah, it was nothing but revenge me. Cause I was mad. Like, why would they ban me? What rule did I break? Oh, the shirtless one? You mean the shirtless rule that like everyone else isn't abiding by? That for some reason I'm fucking banned for how long while everyone else isn't for the same shit? And I'm sitting there talking to the Twitch partner manager like, wait, look at this guy's stream. Isn't he doing what I did? And he's not banned. Well, don't you think that's unfair? You don't think that's unfair? Look, dude, this guy literally said that he would kill himself live. Interesting. Okay. Alright, dude. Oh, that was so funny. That place is a cesspool though. It's just a bunch of, what I realize is in America, so many kids have all these deep-seated problems because have you seen what some of these teachers are doing in these classrooms? It's the same shit they were doing when I was in school. You understand that I used to call out, I used to get into fights with my teacher. Not like fist fights, but like verbal fights. There was a finance teacher that I fucking clowned on once, dude. Cause I know what he was doing. He was sleeping with girls. He was a married young Mormon dude that was just fucking students, and I knew what he was doing. Because my friend, she told me. She told me. That's literally what he insinuates. And it's like, oh, okay, well then. But yeah, I just clowned on him once. I remember him saying something, and I just said, you know what? I was like, you know what this teacher says, and that teacher that I referenced was his boss. He was the head of the finance department. And I was all like, those who can do, those who can't teach. And the classroom just erupted in laughter. Because I literally just called him out for being incompetent. And I've always done this ever since I was like in elementary school. I'm not gonna have some fucking retarded ass teacher tell me I'm dumb. Yo, you're the one stuck having a job where you have to babysit children for a living. Like, you run a fucking, you're a fucking glorified jail educator. You run a prison ward. Whoop-de-fucking do. But there's like stat teachers where I was just like, I remember getting into arguments with my math teacher, being like, "Are you fucking serious right now?" It's like, are you fucking serious with this? I have to show all of my work because you're too dumb? I remember just being like, I shouldn't have to show my work for these 3 steps. Are you serious? It's so obvious. And like, right here, it's 2 times 3, and then that plus this and this. And I just like said it out loud, and they're like, you have to show your work. And it's like, why? Because I have to be as dumb as everyone else around me? Like, the fuck? That's when I realized that school didn't actually help smart kids excel. It just kept smart kids from excelling too much. Honestly, the level of intellect that I was at was like, they shouldn't have like shamed me for it. They should have, you know, put me on the short bus. God, I remember some of those dumbass teachers. I remember one of them being a cool teacher and then me pissing him off. And then him just turning into a monster. That's when I remembered, oh yeah, I mean, this guy's not a teacher because he wants to be. He's a teacher because he's a fucking loser, dude. He's a loser in life. Statement still holds true. I don't know if you saw that video on Twitter of that math teacher in America. Pretending like she's doing some weird tomahawk dance, and it's like, this is who's teaching children? Like, this is who's teaching your children. No, but I think that's the funniest part of life. Is I genuinely think that's why I'm here. Is that I have it so good in the afterlife that my thing was I want to know what it's like to be appreciated by other people, and I haven't gotten a single, like, it feels like I got none. And so I think that's the funniest part about my death, is that when I die, it's going to be like, that thing you wanted, you didn't want it, you trust me. And that's what I think is gonna happen when I die. It's gonna be like, oh, thank God I'm not around these people. Fuck. I think that's the end game. That when I die, it's gonna be like, thank God, that thing you thought you wanted, yeah, that was just a joke. You thought you wanted that, you don't trust. I think that's kind of like a hilarious sad. A hilarious sadness? I don't know. No, there's people that are getting locked out of their accounts, dude, and that's terrifying to me. And no matter what in life, nothing's secure. You could have an account, a crypto account with like 32 million in it one day, wake up the next morning, all of it's gone. Who are you gonna argue with? Do you have screenshots of it? Weird, because their records don't show it. Nah, dude, that's what you don't understand is that bank statement, they're gonna tell you that it's forged. That's what I'm saying, is like, dude, you could just wake up one day and then they're gonna be like, yo. They're gonna be like, yo, this is forged. And then there's nothing you can do about it. Yeah, what I'm saying is, like, if they really wanted to just straight up take your money, they will. They'll be like, sorry, well, the law says there's nothing they can do about it. It's against the law, hands are tied because someone said something. That's really what my thing is with this planet is there are no rules. Why are we playing like there are rules? Like, there are basic rules. They're not absolute rules, like you shall not kill. Really shouldn't murder innocent people. Murdering a murderer? No. Kind of feel like I'd look the other way on that one. Murdering a pedophile? Pfft, have at it, dude. Murder 10. You know, murdering a random civilian? Nope. How about no? That's why I say that we don't need laws. We don't actually need laws, man. Like, that's what it means. Get back what you put in originally. Unless you have every single one, right? We rely on the internet so much. Log into your account, it's like, oh, all your statements are 0. We don't actually have a record of you owning a bank account here. Yeah, that number, yeah, it doesn't check out. That's what I'm saying. What if, right? You just wake up one day and all of your fucking records are gone. I'm sorry, that user account and ID doesn't work. Forgot password, that we don't recognize that email. That's what I'm saying. It could happen. And it's the way that the government will do it. Is they do it little by little. They'll do like a group of people here, a group of people there, a group of people here, a group of people there. People don't even realize it's happening. Because as it happens, people are like, glad it's not me. People are like, oh, glad it's not me. And then, as it happens to someone else, that person's like, whew, I'm glad it's not me. And then by the time it happens to that person that's like, glad it's not me, everyone else is like, yeah, motherfucker, because you didn't listen to us when we said it happened to us. You just didn't give a shit because you said, I'm glad it's not me. So now here we are wanting it to happen to you. It's crazy. It's a crazy system we live in. No, you do realize that the government can just decide all I'm saying is nothing's for sure. Nothing is certain. We act like things are. Dude, the government can just one day just decide, hey, all of your money is ours now, and people are gonna be like, Guess it's theirs. And you look to the left and right of you and understand that if it's not you, only one of those people is gonna fight. If it is you, then neither of them are gonna fight. But that's something I wanted to say. No, it's funny. Someone told me that like Hyphonics got unbanned. They were like, you should go try to get unbanned. It's like, I don't know. No, I don't think so. In fact, the person that wrote the appeal claims to have been a mod, and I swear to God, I'm convinced he's a troll. Which is why you don't see him in here anymore. Because I'm convinced he's a fucking troll. I'm pretty sure he did all that shit just to troll me. But then at the same time, he could have genuinely wanted to get me unbanned. Because he could have genuinely thought it would have made me happy. Even though I told him that that's not what I want. And that he's wasting his time. Ah, whatever. Whatever, I'm pretty sure that guy was a troll. I'm pretty sure, like, most of the people. There's gonna come a time when I'm gonna assume that you're a troll. Did I read it? No, I didn't read it. I told him I didn't want to read it. I told him it would bother me to read it. I said that's how much I didn't care. I didn't want to read it. So here we are. Could I go read it? Yeah, I could. I just don't want to. I'd have to go unblock and do all this shit, dude. Because I'm pretty convinced that he's a troll. Shit, dude, I'm pretty sure you're a troll, dude. Like, I'm getting there. I'm getting to that point. That's what the internet, this is what streaming has done to me. It's completely made me a complete paranoid schizo. God damn, dude, getting old sucks. Ah, one day I'll die and it'll be the best day of my life. True. Cheers to that, dude. Cheers to that. Cheers to that. That's the truest thing I ever said. Literally what I mean. I think that's what life is. I think that's what life is. It's like, I thought I wanted people in here to chat, right? I think that's like my whole purpose of life. Is I thought I wanted people to chat with. So now you're understanding what I'm saying from the beginning. I think that's what my life is. I think that's the lesson I'm supposed to learn. Is that I think I want people to chat with, and that's why it has got life dragged me to the streaming thing to help me realize I hate everybody, and to remind me that even my closest friends will betray me. Even your most closest people you would consider family will have no problem turning their backs on you. And I think that's what it is. It's like I'm pushing everyone away. Is so when I get to death, it's like, I have everything I ever wanted. Which is the weirdest thing. It really makes me think. You think that you want it, but trust me, you don't. Nah, I don't think it's a thing of want. I think that's just a life lesson. Those are scary thoughts. What? Well, in death, it's solitude. Well, you think that after you die, it's like a party like this? You think there's other people in death? There's no one. You're in the void, dude. It's just you and God, man. It's just you and God. It's you and God. And it's like, that's it, dude. It's just you alone in your thoughts. And it's, like I said, it's the craziest thing because it's like, you don't think you want it. You don't think you want to be in that. But it's like, damn, that's like it's the one thing I'm so familiar with. It was the thing that I thought was so discomforting. Life gave me a taste of what it's like to be known and to be in the spotlight, and it's like letting me know, hey, you can have that too, but just know that in death, this is what's gonna happen. But at the same time, because of that, I feel like some Juice World shit's probably bound to happen. Meaning, like, if I do pop off, right, someone's just gonna betray me. Right? I feel like that's very likely to happen. I don't know if they're scary thoughts, dude. It's just life's lesson. It's scary because it's a bit extra on the paranoia. Yeah, I 100% acknowledge that there's a lot of paranoia there. Like, an unhealthy amount. Like, to genuinely think that people want me to fail in everything. But it's also the thing that drives me to live so much harder. But I'm taking the bitch way out, just playing games. A million different things I could be doing. I don't know. Maybe next week when I go back and start training again. Maybe then. Maybe something will return then. Or I'll just get injured and then just return back to where I was. That's what I'm saying. Life is hell. Death? That's the good stuff. Death is where the impossible happens. I don't know. It's a simulation. This is all a simulation. Like, none of this is actually real. Like, what kind of weird, crazy arcade game are we playing? You're gonna wake up and then one of the aliens is gonna be like, so how far did you go? And you're gonna be like, I think that's what it is. I think that's like the most zen-like way to go, though. Is to just leave this earth knowing no one cares about you. None of this is real. People will pretend they care. 100%, they'll pretend they care. They'll be like, oh, we're so worried. No. We're so concerned. It's like, no, you aren't. Like, no, you weren't, dude. Because if you were, you would have said anything. You would have said anything. But you didn't, so I don't know. You really see that fakeness too. It's like, it's really weird, man. That's why it was like fun to just go and like bother some of the previous Twitch streamers. It's kind of funny too, because every now and then I would be on my alt and I wouldn't even say anything, but like I would come up for some reason. And it's like, oh, so this is what happens when I'm not here. And it's just like, it was very reminiscent of middle school and high school. And I was like, oh, it's the same shit. Same fucking shit. So, I remember that. Just being like, wow, dude. Like, even though you grow old, everything's still the same. But yeah, that's when I decided I would like troll. It's like after hearing, I was like, what, dude? I'm just a meme? That's crazy. Alright. Alright, I see you. No, I think that's what hell is for other people, is when they die, they're like, oh no, and it's like an eternity of them worrying about the people they left behind, where me, if I go there, it's like, yeah, fuck all those people. It's like, alright, well, time to just do me and do whatever the fuck I want. I can finally be free. Can finally be free of these weird weird, like non explicit expectations that I have on myself. No one else has these, really. Like if I was to ask you, hey, what expectations do you have of me? You would basically not have many, you know, other than the basic human one, which is like don't hurt or kill other people for no reason. Just don't, you know. Like you can hurt people, but there's gotta be a reason. Insults you, like, alright, well, agree to fight. But other than that, you know, no expectations, right? I don't know. I just can't wait for the day that everything ends and I can stop thinking. Just literally just stop thinking. And with that, it's like, should I just go get the fucking... Should I just go get the jab? Might as well just go get jabbed, dude. Oh, and just go to these events and then at least enjoy the last few. I don't know, man. All I know is... Shit, dude. Pretty sure you're all trolls. I'm pretty sure you're a troll. Pretty sure you're a troll under a different name. Pretty sure I know what that you say you are, but you say it's a different name, and I think it's not that name. I think it's a different name. I think it's a more different name. If that makes any sense. It probably doesn't, because like I'm fucking paranoid now. The internet has fucked with me quite a bit. It's hilarious. Who do I think you are? I think you are... I think you're a mod, but I don't think you're the mod you say you are. I think you're a different person. Why? I don't know. I don't know why I think that. I just do. But there you go. Enjoy weird assumptions. And you're probably over there. I just picture you just sitting there laughing your ass off at the keyboard. It's like you're trolling. Yeah, internet's kind of fucks with me in that way. Whatever. It's like I wish I was raised not to be, I don't know, I can't fault them. My parents raised me for what they wanted people to be like, not what people are. I don't expect everyone to just like rip you off and do all sorts of fucked up shit, but here we are. Why do you think I'm so good at it? It's because it happened to me enough times where I was like, dude, this is fucked up. Why do people do this shit? And so it's like, I'm just gonna get good at it too. Fuck it. But my thing is, I don't rip off other people. Corporations, have at it, dude. Not saying go in and rob a fucking place, but dude, you fucking scan a regular banana as or organic banana as a regular one. It's no big deal. Why do you think I don't trust the government, dude? It's like, oh man. You ever watch those movies? And then there's that kid. There's kids playing, and then the kid's like, hey, hold this. And then that kid holds it, and then the teacher walks by, sees the kid holding it, and the kid just gets in so much trouble. Yeah, that was me. That was me, dude. And it was always done by the good boys. The kids that are supposed to be like the good honor roll. Like the honor roll students. But then I always got in trouble and shit, and it's like, dude, these people, why would they do this? Why are they doing this? It's like, why would they want to get away with it? Who's teaching them this shit? I just didn't understand that. But then now as I get older, it's like, every now and then I want to do really fucked up shit for no reason. I'll see a kid's birthday party and I'll just be like, man, what if I just went over there and just flipped the table over? It's like, why would I think of that? Why would I even think? Why would that thought even cross my mind? Still don't understand that one. Hey, why would I want to do that? Or I'll see food out and it's like, what if I spit in it? And it's like, why would I think that? Like, I would never do that. But why do these thoughts even occur? And then I realize that there's people that I have to share this fucking planet with that don't have that self-restraint. They'll see it and they'll be like, I just spit in it. And they just spit in it, dude. Like, oh, I was hoping he'd just run by me. It's genuinely some of the best thoughts I've ever had. Which sounds crazy, I know. But those are some of the best. Those are some of the most calming thoughts, actually. Those are the thoughts that keep me going. Knowing that all of this pain and all of this, like, everyone pranking me, trust nobody, they're all out to get you thing, gonna make death that much better. It sounds really morose. I understand. It sounds very morose. But you have to look at it from a Taoist point of view. Like, we're all gonna die. The question is, do your sins outweigh a feather? And if the answer is no, then you're in for a really bad time. If you are lighter than a feather, then You might just make it. You might just level up. But I think that's the hardest part. Is leveling up. Cause like, is doing the good deeds to allow others to do bad deeds to you? Is it to just idly allow others to do wrongful deeds to you? Is this why serial killers and all these other people are like at the top of the food chains? While the hardworking, honest man is near the bottom? Probably. Probably. But that is the afterlife. It's very strange. I genuinely don't believe that anyone actually cares. And it could come from caring too much. But if you think about it, it makes sense. Like, who cares? Who cares? Like, why do you care so much? It's like, oh, that makes sense. I don't know, man. It's not like I'm, just make it very clear that I'm not suicidal at all. Those thoughts don't, no. It's, like I said, it's more from like a zen. Sorry, I got a hiccup. Trying to hold them back, but alright. But like from a Taoist point of view, like we're all gonna die. I think the most peaceful death is to enjoy life in the most selfish of ways. Which sounds awful. Which basically means that these elites have it figured out because they're just doing the most horrendous crimes, right? But I think that's what death is. I honestly think that's why, like, people that have children I think that's why they are doomed. They're cashing in on a bit of bliss here for eternity. Eternity of worry and pain in the afterlife. I mean, that is assuming they had a good relationship. I feel like most people that get to a certain age, they usually allow it to get turned into a good or better one. Yeah, could be wrong about all of it, but whatever. At a certain point, it's like, there's no point in worrying. It's gonna happen. But I think that's the point of it. I think that's the purpose. It is going to be the appreciation of silence and not having to deal with others. Oh my god, this guy. Oh man, so close. Hey, fuck you. Oh, I gotta hit him with that GG easy. Nah, I made you work for that. Get out of here. You're a shitty clown. GG easy. Boom. You tried. You tried. Good effort. You gotta talk shit on the way out. Sometimes not about winning. Sometimes about what you say out loud. She got a flat ass. Let's see. She almost done using all her items? Yeah, we can reset her soon. Alright, BPS? Yeah, YOLO. YOLO, fuck sabotage. Let's speed up the fucking... Boom, speed it up. Wait. Oh no, that's not what I want. Just get rid of speed checks, dude. Goddamn Metroid, dude. God, I've been thinking it's Metroid music. I think that's it, dude. It's like, I gotta stop. Whatever, dude. Smoke weed. Oh, I gotta water my plants tonight. I gotta remember that. Time is it? 7:30? 8 o'clock. Alright. Stream long enough to see your fans be your enemies. Anyways, we came full circle. Literally what I was talking about. And you got to see it live. Oh my god, I almost had him. I almost had him, dude. But yeah. It's like, am I paranoid? Or am I just too woke? Like, that's just humanity. It's how quickly people just turn on you. It's like, a lot of it's always because I didn't agree with something they did. And it's like, well, I guess it's a lot easier to dislike me than dislike the trash behavior that you just did. Or usually someone will say something like really ignorant, but like they're just trying to be funny. But I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I think that's why life is gonna be hilarious. I think that's the whole point of it, is for me to get to the point where I just can't stand everyone. Ugh. Whatever. Anyways, isn't it funny how after I went on that whole rant, just like it happened, and just so to all those people that are like, go appeal to Twitch, it's like, why? So I can deal with this shit? So I can just go see familiar names, just turn their back. Or if they don't turn their back, they're gonna be like, dude, I missed you. It's like, no you haven't. No you haven't, dude. Liar. You're a liar. And that's why I'll never make it back on Twitch, because they made it so. Too honest. I'm not gonna sit there and listen to them lie to me. Yo bro, I really missed you. No you didn't. Because one Google search. I don't get it. But that's how people be. Sometimes that's how people just want to be. Really didn't think it would come down to this. I thought you can go low. I didn't think you'd go down to the pits. All because I told a kid not to rip off 5th graders. Oh, it's the hardest shit I ever wrote. Tater tots down your throat. Peanut butter, jelly, ice cream, float. Tater, tots, down our throat. Jim Brown for president. Dude, what if you just a grown-ass man making fucking rap music for kids, dude? You know how kids be making music for adults? Dude, that would be fucking funny. Just the same old. Do what can until I say so. I be feeling fly, as pure as yeah, yo. Push your man's panties to the side. He's like, hey, bro. I ain't gay. Came with my girl. You must have thought I came to play. Why don't you just buy me a drink? Buy me and my girl a drink and we'll just go our separate ways. Don't need to turn this into a scuffle. Send you home with a bill in the back of a shuttle. All this because you wanted some trouble. Now when you talk you just mumble. Oh. They said I'm good at repairs. Booty like that, she good at climbing stairs. Oh my god, I had him juked. I got his attention. Yo, I got his attention. I remember playing jokes in the playground, staying back in detention. On the intercom, always got an early mention. Always announcing that I missed detention. Oh. Oh, I'm laughing so hard because the killer went and dropped that guy. Because we were both pointing at her. Oh, so funny. Like, fuck that guy. Oh, I gotta water my... Is it midnight yet? No. Maybe I'll stay up super late. Yeah. I call these super nighters. They're not all nighters. They're just super nighters. I just stay up till like 2 or 3. I'm gonna let him hit this. I'll be like, come here. Why don't you come here and hit this? I'll eat real food tomorrow. Did the lyrics just say honey? Did I not do this? Oh my god. I got them Asian bitches mixed up. That's embarrassing, huh? That's pretty embarrassing, huh? It's the wrong fucking bitch. Crawl everywhere. I'm just waiting for someone to come into my chat room and it's like, oh, it's my turn to say the R. My turn to say R. I'm a pirate now. It's just lighting. Fucking Nick. Sometimes you just gotta say it, man. Sometimes you just gotta say it. Gotta say the N-word. Yeah. You. Gotta say the N-word. Yep. Say what? Say what? The N-I. That's it. That's the end of the song, man. Oh, you are here. Cheers to what? I thought you have to say the R, dude. You fucked up. Read the chat, dude. You fucked up, dude. I think I'm just gonna rap the chill hop, dude. Just make emotional shit, cause I'm an emotional guy. Why hide it, dude? This is what I'm realizing. I'm really good at emotional shit. It's like, cause I'm pretty emotional, man. Are you serious? There's so many ways to get around it, my dude. That I've done in chat rooms, my homie. Well, what I'm saying is it doesn't even have to start with the letter R. You can just sound like it. You know, like my thing, like what I'm saying is like you could have been like, "Are you smoking?" And I would have been like, "Nice." Like with the A and everything, if you wrote it out like that, I would have been like, "Nice." No, but isn't that weird? If this was Twitch, you would click on his name and you'd see his chat log, right? And you'd be like, wow, this guy was such a nice person. Oh, gee, I wonder what happened. Oh, they just reverse each sound. Yeah, you would read his log and be like, wow, this guy really looks up to you. I just want to get this done. And you're probably wondering, what changed? It's like, he bragged about ripping off 5th graders. And I was like, yeah, no. And then I judged him for ripping off 5th graders. And then he tried to pass a lie off on me, and I just looked right past it and didn't respond. And then that's the first things out of his mouth. So that's what he decided to write in my chat. After I said that he shouldn't rip off 5th graders, and there's other ways you can rip off corporations and shit. And he comes in here and tries to spell out the N-word. I don't understand it, dude. It's kind of funny. See, but at the same time, is that your alt? You log out to go type in my chat on your alt, dude? fucking alt chatting in my on my stream, dude. See what internet has done to me? Oh, it's really loud. I didn't realize how loud it was. See? That's what I mean. See what I'm saying? Long enough before you turn into the troll. I genuinely don't know, man. I don't think that part's gonna make sense to you. Unless you are the troll, then it makes sense, and you're like, oh shit, I just got found out. see? You see? Like, are you trolling? Maybe. You could be. Shit, I don't know. Oh, I start slowly losing my mind. Wait, what if you're right there just being like, oh no, I've been found out. I'm on my alt account. I've been found out. I don't know, man. Could be too easy. You're right, it is too easy. You're right, it's way too easy. And yeah, you're right. It's as if I don't want anyone in here. And to some extent, you're right. Damn, dude, that's an interesting reflection. Yeah, if I don't want the spotlight, what the fuck am I doing? Yeah, good question, mate. Not here for a spotlight. What the fuck am I doing this for? Yeah. Damn, dude. Damn, thanks, troll. Damn, dude. Damn. Thanks. That's that's a good idea. starting to think that thing I said about death is real. About how people annoy me to the point where I don't want the company of anybody. I mean, that's genuinely. It's kind of sad. At least I realize it now. Thanks, troll. Not even sure if you are a troll, but I mean, I'm convinced you are. So, yeah, good luck convincing me that you're not. Actually, there would be ways, but you would never do such things. I'd be like, if you're not a troll, and I wouldn't be anything ridiculous. I wouldn't be like, donate 1,000. I'd be like, donate $20, and they wouldn't do it because it's true trolldom. True trolling. That is the true truth. That is not the true true. I have to follow. You can follow that. But I'm realizing. Right, it's that thing I say, find your truth. Maybe this will be a good study. Maybe, probably not though. Who am I that anyone would study anything that I've done? Anyone that I've met. Adios, dude. Oh my god. Whatever. I hope they live. Yeah, you're right. GG, too easy. I gotta open that gate. Gotta open that gate. Yeah, yeah, yeah. crazy though. You're absolutely right though. It's as if I don't want anyone here. You're right. It's not like it's as if, it's like literally don't. I thought about it. So it's kind of sad and depressing, but yeah. Even like my closest friends, it's like, dude, I wouldn't even care if you were here. I mean, that's I think it's kind of like the most comical part of life. Why do you respond? You know they're just trolling you. You're right. You're right. This is for me.
On the cut, this right here that screw's a little sharp right there, and it was eating into my hand. You can see that indentation right here. It was fine. Other than that, the lighter shaving, but also this handle's really skinny and it's contoured. Comfortable, like I said, in your normal day-to-day cutting, but you know those harder pressure cuts, it's going to fatigue the hand, and this part may or may not bother you depending on where your hand sits on the knife. At times when I was cutting the rope, and it felt like it was kind of skating on there, kind of like they might have over polished the edge a little bit, kind of thick, large blade there. Fairly smooth action, riding on ceramic bearings and a ceramic detent ball. The ergos when cutting were pretty good in all grips. I will say that in the hammer grip, anytime I was putting a little bit of, a little bit more pressure into the cuts, the thin scales on here, along with the contour, made it feel like it was hard to hold on to. I definitely felt like I had to put my thumb up here to keep the handle, from twisting on me, especially doing the wood cutting. But
Damn, what up to your
cutting
hand?
right here is fine. It's fairly comfortable in this reverse grip, the way the handle goes in like that. Contour scales keep it from having the hot spots. But the thin nature of these, as well as there's really no texture to the scales. They're not super slick or anything, but there's just don't have much anything to really keep it from twisting.
Damn, what up to your hands, man?
One thing I did notice when I was pushing into the wood, that this clip being all the way down right here, the clip screws a little sharp, and this edge right here was causing me a hot spot digging into my hand whenever I was pushing hard, and it was pushing the back of that scale up like that into the hand. Didn't notice it in the regular cutting, but just something to note. You have it able to flex side to side because
Damn, man.
you have thinner liners in there, and the lock face is probably not finished really nicely. So when it's kind of rough, it drags along the tank of that blade. You do have a very easy access to that lock bar. It is sitting at around 20%. Easy access to that lock bar, the way they have this cut out, and it's just well proud.
Can't believe this.
Scale.
Take
Nice
it.
chamfer right there. Keeps
So
it,
many disconnects
decently
tonight.
comfortable.
Is it me?
Gauge that box.
Can't be
Loaded
me.
Construction, 2 standoffs, holding it up back here in the back. Flow through. You can blow it out with some compressed air, or put a Q-tip through there to clean out the knife very easily. Do a quick size comparison with the Ontario Rat Model 1. Very close in length to the Rat Model 1.
Damn, Chinese knives.
You can see
So
it's
cheap.
smaller than the Rat Model 2. So it's a longer knife. The Rat Model 1's a pretty big knife. It's a lot skinnier in the scales than the Rat is, especially with the contoured scales. Overall, it's thicker in the back, but whenever the skinniness is when it gets to the size like that in hand. The Rat fills out the hand a lot more because of how wide it is here. Nitpicks and complaints. The edge losing its bite pretty quick. It's not. It's just something to note. It's not the biggest deal. This is a factory edge. I don't think it came very sharp. It might have been a little over polished, but at $30, I don't really think that's a big deal. So take it for what you will. Also, like I said earlier, it does have a little bit of lock stick. Not the end of the world. It does kind of give you a little confidence that it's locking up. Kind of
$26 cleaver.
from sliding on that tang, because they do have kind of steep geometry on the tang, as you can see. I would be kind of worried that maybe when if that lock travels over this way a little bit, it might start to slide off of there. I don't know. I'd have to wait and see in the long run.
Wow, these are basically
Also,
knockoffs.
doing the harder push cutting into wood, I did notice that you did have a hot spot up here in this back area.
Very
that, or this
close.
clip being all the way to the bottom like that, and the top of that clip screw just a little bit sharp up there. Something I could easily fix. Just something to note. Also, it is tip up right hand carry only. Would like to see tap for the left side for lefties. And the puck clip just makes it look cheap because it's a cheap looking puck clip. I would like to see a deep carry. I enjoy deep carry. But even without a deep carry, I just think it looks a little cheap. It performs, it does its job, so can't complain much. Overall, the value for a $30 knife, I'd say, is good. The edge losing its bite, having some hang-ups in the edge, is not bad for $30 bucks.
Are you kidding?
I'm trying not to completely compare it to the Sheldon knife that outperformed it by a good bit because this thing still razor sharp. But this knife is $50. This knife is $30. So for a $30 knife, I think it's a good knife. I think you can be happy with the knife. It's got good action, comfortable in hand. Unless you're doing a lot of hard cutting with it, could get a small hot spot towards the back. That's $30 is worth the gamble. So overall, I like the knife. For $30, I think it's a good bargain, and I think it's a good one to add to your list if you're interested in the overall aesthetics in the knife. So if you have any questions, comments, concerns, please leave them down below. I hope everybody's having an absolute wonderful day. I will see y'all in the next one. Peace.
This knife is what it says it is. Oh my god, dude, come on. That's ridiculous. Are you kidding me?
This video is so you can check out the action on this knife. It is, I do not believe, spring assisted. If you give it a little bit of a kick, well, it's got a little, but that's it. It just goes that far. Thumb assist, it's got a nice blade on it. I have not used it hardly at all, and it's sharp. I've just used it as like a box opener. Instead of a thumb pusher here, it's got this little lever here to unlock it. So you slide this guy back like that. It's got like a spring on it. You can two-hand it. It takes a little practice, but I like it. It's got the pocket clip. It's kind of like a molded plastic, and you know, it could use a few more. I don't know. I just kind of wish it didn't have that free float kind of thing going on, but you know, it's a cheap knife and good to have around for an extra one.
CRKT. The M16 14T, designed by Kit Carson, has an AUS 8 high carbon stainless steel blade with a non-reflective bead blast finish. The 3.99 inch dual grind blade has a Tonto tip, which is excellent for penetration and combined razor sharp and triple point serrations. The CNC machine titanium handles form an open build frame which is near indestructible and easy to clean. It also has a stainless steel locking liner which, when used with our auto lock safety, automatically turns the folder into a virtual fixed blade. The auto lock safety mechanism features easy one-handed closing.
I do, but I don't.
For convenient carry, the knife has a removable clip. The Carson flipper enables a smooth, fast one-handed deployment and also acts as a blade guard. The M16 Titanium series are premium quality knives engineered to the highest standards.
This is a review of the Toologic SL Fire. This is a pocket knife that includes some very unique features. It's got a whistle built into the end of the handle right there. The handle itself is made of Zytel nylon. It's got a lanyard hole in it, and then a pocket clip on the back to keep the knife handy and close by. There's a hole in the blade which allows you to open it up with one hand. Just stick your thumb in that hole and rotate. It opens right up. And you'll see the blade is stainless steel. It's partially serrated. There's a liner lock version here so that it locks in the open position very easily and quickly. There's the partially serrated blade. That's great for cutting through tough materials. I always like partially serrated blades. On the back of these notches here, we'll use those notches in a second. I'll show you there's a pocket, kind of a sleeve built into the back of the blade, and in that sleeve is held this device. This is a fire starter, a magnesium alloy fire starter with 2 O-rings. It's held in place very securely, and it'll throw 2,500 degree sparks into timber once you strike it. So it's a great tool to have around. You've got a combination, multiple features here, all in 2.7 ounces. Here I'm going to strike it with that little area right there on the blade, and it's throwing sparks, very, very hot sparks for starting a fire. Great tool to have around, comes with a full lifetime warranty.
From the Elk Ridge line of Master Cutlery, this is ER072E. It also comes in a D model and a W model. Now what we have here is a folding lockback knife. This is a great knife for the outdoorsman, just a little utility knife. Now the opening facility is a nail nick, right? And look how attractive, the handle scales are in that bolster. Very nice, like a traditional pocket knife. Just open it like that. The blade length is 3 inches, stainless steel, and look at the very nice engraving you have there. Yeah, that is very attractive. Would make an excellent gift for the outdoorsman. It's just a very useful knife overall. It is an excellent and affordable value. It would be very useful just on your belt, any sort of camping trip, enjoying the outdoors. Make an excellent gift for that relative, any outdoorsman.
With a knife.
And altogether, really just a very attractive knife from Elk Ridge and Master Cutlery.
Hi, welcome to the Master Cutlery Demo Room. For a lot of first timers, there are a lot of questions on how to open and close a folding knife. Today we're going to show you how to use a folding knife equipped with a liner lock. With a liner lock,
do I keep this spider co?
Is hidden within the handle. This particular knife is equipped with spring assist and also
or do I get a different one?
A flipper and a thumb
contemplating getting a different one. Go take a piss and think about it some more. The one I'm thinking about getting, if you're wondering, it's something salt.
That's it for now. We'll be back in the Master Coloring demo room with more helpful tips real soon.
The Tenacious is the flagship of Spider's incredibly popular value folder series of knives. It proudly offers all the features and benefits that define a Spyderco Clip-It in an extremely affordable format. The heart of the design is its full flat ground blade, which is crafted from ECR13 MOP stainless steel and includes a fully accessible trademark round hole for swift, ambidextrous, one-handed opening. The blade is paired with an ergonomic handle constructed with full skeletonized stainless steel liners and steel-ply textured G10 scales. The skeletonized liners provide the foundation for its sturdy liner lock mechanism and also anchor its versatile 4-position pocket clip. In its standard configuration, the Tenacious sports a satin-finished blade and polished handle hardware. For tactical applications, it is also available with a black oxide blade coating and matching black-coated hardware. Both the satin and black blades are available in plain edge or combination edge, and the satin blade comes in a fully serrated spider edge format as well.
This is a review of the SOG Flash 2 TFSA 98. This knife has some really unique features that I'll point out to you. One is that the blade locks closed. That little lock right there. When you see red, you know the blade is ready to open. It's a nice extra safety feature. On the back of the knife is a pocket clip, and that clip is reversible. If you want to use the knife out of the left pocket, it's left-handed, use that little Allen screw and flip the pocket clip away. Once you open the blade, you'll see it's a black tie-knife finish blade, which is really cool, and it's also got serrations along half of the edge. Those cut through road or hardened cut materials very quickly. Bottom of the handle is a Zyton nylon handle for durability. It's scalloped and shaped with the hand. It really is a comfortable knife. Fits your hand well. The blade is cryogenically heat treated, which means it really holds an edge very well and it's extremely durable. You see it uses an arc actuator technology. This is a locking mechanism that SOG developed for this knife that is very, very durable and it's going to keep that blade open no matter what. Comes with a full lifetime warranty. You can't beat this knife.
The mantra I use when designing just about anything is beauty is second to function, but both can exist in a well-designed product. My name is TJ Schwartz. I'm from Boise, Idaho. I'm a knife designer. I got into knife designing probably about 5 or 6 years ago. So I grew up in a little town called Salmon, Idaho. It's on the Montana border.
I'm Shaman Goldrick. I'm one of the co-owners here at Millet Knives. Millet Knives was established in Boise, Idaho in 2011. One of the big driving factors for us here at Millet is being a US-based manufacturer. We're very particular on our labor force. I mean, we hire and push some of the best guys that are experienced in the knife industry. It's tough competition. So we constantly have to figure out how to evolve, how to be better, how to be faster, and how to constantly just stay ahead of the curve with our competitors in the industry.
Masterop approached me about doing an EDC carry workhorse knife. So this is a knife that we intend to be in your pocket every day, no matter what you do. So we sat down with that in mind, and what we came up with was Perpetual.
This knife is designed to
I hate it when Amazon knows me too well. And it's like, maybe you're looking for one of these. And it's like, man, that's exactly what I want it to look like, yeah. But I don't need it to be a fucking titanium, a 5-inch blade. Where's the fucking 2? Give me a 2-inch. Yeah, 4-inch blade? Yeah, no thanks. Let's see, CEO. Oh, this is sick. Alright. some of these pictures are fucking hilarious to me. It's like she's hiding behind a dude, about to surprise him with a knife. It's like, it's clearly Photoshop, but it's still funny. It's like, what do you think is in there? Oh my god, it's a knife you shouldn't have. You really shouldn't have. No way. If this is just $20. It's so funny how like the more plain a blade looks, the more expensive it is. Jesus, this one has like so much shit on it. I'm just looking for like a plain. Just looking for a tiny little blade to give as a gift to someone. I don't need to look at this shit. God damn, I'm just staring at knives now.
Stasa 23 here, back again with finger grip on there if you don't have super riv, Jasper Voxnade's design.
What the fuck?
Exceptional small knife because you can get your
Why is it that the smaller and the more useful the knife, the more expensive it is?
Alright, next up is coming from MULLEN Cutlery, and that is his Busker. This is the Semper model. This denotes the blade shape. They also have like a sheep's foot blade shape and like a talon looking blade shape with a recurve. M390 blade, blotchy end, but I can also choke up right from the lambic. It's perfect. It's an awesome little knife. AR PM9 steel. It's also a front flipper. Comfortable. The way this bulb is handled right there comes out. I can get a 3-finger grip on it, and when I'm cutting, I'm pulling back on it. And I did a review on this, pretty much all these knives, so if you want to check them out, go ahead. The AR PM9 steel is a stainless. It's a powdered version of 9CR 18 MOV, and so far in my experience, it's an excellent budget steel, especially in that powdered form. Awesome little budget knife right here. And the designer's swags, super cool. And that is the Spyderco Dragonfly. Mine have aftermarket scales on it, but it's
this is the one
with the FRN scales. And not just any Dragonfly, the K390 Dragonfly. The reason I like this knife so much is because even though it's a small knife, I can still get a 4-finger grip with that choke up. So it's another
Yeah, I have
really
small
good
hands.
knives. Nice and
I think I'm gonna
slicey
get this
blade,
one.
Thin blade stock. Nice and like needle-like point for doing some detail
I think I'm gonna return
tasks.
this other one.
Usually they're pretty darn smooth. Mine always break in very nicely. The K390 versions are $101, and I know that's, you know, a lot of these I need to get my head examined for spending that much on such a small knife, but if you like them, you like them. So if this one happens to be sold out, or you want one that's a little bit more robust, that doesn't come with FRN, good alternative is another Spyderco, and that is the Spyderco Reinhold Rhino.
See, that's just ugly.
Right there. This is my second Rhino. I bought the first one the day they released them at Blade Show, and I missed it ever since. You get the compression lock on this one, riding on washers, XHP, CTS XHP steel, comfortable ergonomics, and just a cool overall knife. The Reinhold Rhino comes in at $140. Both of these are little big. Alright, next up is Berg's blades, and that is the Slim Mini 20 CV blade steel.
Yeah, that's
this knife
fucking
just
$300
has that
blade.
Custom feel, custom look to it. These I think were made by We Knives for Berg's blades. Just a cool little knife, very comfortable in hand for your 3-finger grip. You get a great sharpening choil, super smooth action on bearings, and this one not too long ago. If you hadn't seen it, definitely go check this one out. Contoured G10 scales, get a somewhat of that cleaver shaped blade, just like on the titanium ply, 20 CV blade steel, nice ply. This is just a cool, streamlined knife. You got $39. Quiet carry. It is the Quiet Carry Eddie. This is just a cool, streamlined knife. You got thin scales, G10, peel ply, 20 CV blade steel, nice and slicey blade. On washers, it's got a very, very smooth action. I mean, very smooth. Nice wire pocket clip. Comfortable for, you know, its size. You can kind of choke up on there. Just got to be careful, especially if you have fat sausage fingers. Got that nice point for piercing. I've always liked Quiet Carry. They make a quality product. You can get these for $100. And if these happen to not be available, an alternative to that would be from We Knives. That is a We Knives Moat. This is an O-stop Hell design. I always wish they made a bigger version of this knife. I think it's absolutely beautiful, comfortable in hand. I can only imagine if it was bigger, but it looks like that blade is bigger than the handle to me. I don't know why. Every time I've seen it, nice and slicey blade because you got thin blade stock. See, there's O-stop Hell, and the blade steel on this one is CPM S35VN. Titanium scales with that nice bronze stonewash finish.
Oh, it's only available in pink and orange.
Backspacer, hidden lanyard, just a really cool knife. I did not even realize how small it was. I didn't even look at the specs whenever I bought it, but I have enjoyed this knife, and I've tested this knife a good bit. But high quality, made in the U.S. Very cool little, like I said, engine, S35VN steel, wearing my edge. I mean, these things take a screaming edge. Also a slicey blade. They got several blade shapes. You can choke up on this one, get a 4-finger grip. VN steel, $138. And X type, y'all see it's nice. You can get it in G10 or titanium. And I think one my card option, full scale. They have the black coated hardware and clip and backspacer, and they had another version of it as well. about to release pretty soon the XL version, and that is coming from Best Tech Knives, and it is the Best Tech engine, S35P spec out, and I got a full pocket clip. Both of these are pretty awesome knives. Look, they sent this from Urban EDC as an exclusive. This is Justin Lundquist, Baby Barlow. That's with the 10 XHP steel. It's somewhat of that same blade shape, but a hammer knot. Center on just the lock side, flow through construction, nice deep carry pocket clip, left or right hand tip up only, easy access, very fidgety knife, very cool, very slicey as well. The last one is probably the one I need to get my head examined for the most, and it's coming from Microtech, and it is the Microtech Mini Troodon. These bad boys come in at a whopping. Grab it like this, pull up with it, or just grab it.
Hey everybody, Nick here, and today I got a comparison for you between these two knives right here. This is the Spyderco Dragonfly 2 in ZDP 189 steel. This is the Spyderco Little Native in S30V steel. And this Little Native is a very new knife, and a lot of people are wondering, well, what's the difference between this and the Dragonfly? Well, practically speaking, I'm just going to focus on the contrast here. There are a number of differences that might be relevant to you and might make one of these a better choice than the other one. In terms of size, they're actually remarkably similar. Blade length, they are very, very similar. I mean, this is not a huge distinction there. And in terms of carryability, they're both pretty similar, although the Native is 100% a bigger knife, both in terms of weight as well as otherwise. I mean, here if we do the comparison, coming up at, 2.4 ounces versus 1.2 ounces. That's a contrast there. And so size and weight-wise might make the distinction for you alone. If you're looking for the smallest knife possible in the pocket, the Dragonfly is going to might win this round, is in the blade. Both because the blade stock is way thinner. And frankly, the Dragonfly as a result is just a better cutter. In my life, I tend to have, I do a lot of things like cutting into foam, not advantageous for, and so for me,
I understand what these words mean now. Well, I'm definitely gonna get that knife. %. Gonna get that knife. Oh, shit. Definitely gonna get that knife. It's just...
Hey everybody, Nick here, and today I got a comparison for you between these two knives. Plastic, and then there is a lock bar here as well as the blade. And so if you look at a lot of my cutting, it's, you know, I don't necessarily need this kind of beefitude in a knife that's this small. And, you know, the fact that you can get this ZDP steel, I like ZDP a lot. This is the winner for me, but I can very easily see it going the other way for you. So anyways, those are the differences, or at least some of the differences, between the Dragonfly and the Little Native here. Both very nice knives, very different approaches, and there you go. Hope this has been interesting to you. Have yourselves an absolutely wonderful rest of your day. Bye now.
What's going on YouTube? This is Robo at the Bench, and today I have kind of an unexpected head-to-head video. This is not one that
2 against the FRN Chaparral. These are two very different knives. They are similar in some ways. They are, I think, fairly close in size. The Dragonfly is obviously a lot smaller, but they're fairly small knives, fairly lightweight knives. However, the price varies quite a bit here. So you're looking at around $60 depending on what configuration you get, and then about 90, a little bit under 90, between maybe 85 and 90 bucks. So $25, $30 price swings. It's really getting out of kind of my comfort level when it comes to head-to-heads, just because
I just have small
you
hands.
expect that for $25, $30 more in this knife, you're going to get something that's a lot better than you get here. However, thought I'll give it a shot and kind of see what happens. So there you go, full disclaimer there. Let me do kind of baseline measurements. So let's do some weight. First of all, for the Dragonfly 2, 1.2 ounces, although you'll notice there's no pocket clip on this. As I've said many times before, I don't use a pocket clip on the Dragonfly, so 1.2 ounces, maybe 1.3, 1.4 with a pocket clip. The Chaparral, 1.9, so you're looking at less than an ounce difference between these two. Fairly close in size. Let's do some quick size measurements. Sharpened blade length is probably the biggest difference between these two knives. On the Dragonfly, 1.85, and on the Chaparral, 2.34. So you do get quite a bit more blade on the Chaparral. Let's see, let's close these up and look at kind of size in the pocket. So closed, you have 3.35 inches on the Dragonfly and 3.65. Not as much of a difference there as you may kind of first guess. And then the width, 1.38 inches and 1.33 inches. Thickness is roughly the same, 0.31. I think this might be a hair thicker. Yeah, 0.33. So Chaparral's actually a bit thinner. But like I said, I mean, this is a little bit bigger knife, just a tad bit heavier, and has a bigger blade. So there we go. Overview real quick, because I almost forgot to do this. Here are the categories: pocket, clip, scales, overall size, that's height, weight, width, how does it carry, yada yada. Ergonomics, action, detent, the blade, steel, lock system, and the intangibles, which is just kind of overall, which knife. So, number 1, clip. Alright, so both of these come with a wire clip standard. I've said before in my review of the Dragonfly, I don't love the pocket clip on here. So I'm going to give the advantage to the Chaparral, and really that's for a couple reasons. Number 1, in terms of like clip to blade, clip to knife ratio, I don't really understand the Dragonfly all that much. I don't have it with me, but you can kind of see where the clip comes up and it comes down still on this point right here. So you can see it's a fairly small clip. I don't really understand it on this knife because it's such a small knife. I think the clip is a little bit hard to work. I think it's a little bit tight because it is so small. Whereas on the Chaparral here, this is a good size clip. I mean, it's a little bit over half the size of the knife. It's got a nice ramp here. I mean, it's the standard wire clip, but it's not like a micro version of that wire clip, which is kind of what's on the Dragonfly here. The other reason that I like the clip on here, and really it's not the clip itself, but it's kind of the whole housing for the clip. You can see here that you have a recessed screw head over here, and you have one, and you can see the quality control on my clip isn't all that great here. But you can see that the screw over here does protrude a little bit from the knife. However, if you compare that to the Dragonfly, you can see that you have that on both sides, and it's probably the most, I don't know, it comes out the most of any Spyderco knife that I have. I don't know if I can get a side-by-side there. But you can see, I don't know if it's just more noticeable on the smaller Dragonfly, but excuse me, it just tends to stick out a little bit more, and I notice it a little bit more than other knives. So overall, I think the clip on the Chaparral works better for the knife. Scales. So this is interesting. You have FRN on both of these. You have this bi-directional texturing classic spider web.
I can't midnight. I gotta go water my plants.
On the Dragonfly, and then you have the honeycomb pattern on the Chaparral. This is really hard for me to judge because visually I think I like the honeycomb better. Practically speaking, the honeycomb is much more aggressive, I think, just in all directions. And so on a lightweight, small, thin knife like this, it is fairly aggressive, and I definitely feel that, and I don't have any issues with losing my grip. So my gut says at first, to go with the honeycomb on the chaparral. However, like I've said before, the bidirectional texturing is nothing super flashy at this point. I don't even think it looks that great. It's just kind of weird to me. However, it's very functional. It works very, very well, and I think the reason that this edges out the chaparral to me is the nice contouring here that you have on the handle. For such a small knife, that right there, that transition from this grippy texture here into the kind of middle part of that handle is very, very nice, and especially on a knife where you're kind of wrapping your fingers all around the knife. That is very noticeable, and so that is very, very comfortable there. The bidirectional texturing here is just very practical in the sense that you're pushing up against it this way, or when you pull out of the pocket, you're pulling up against it. It's very well thought through, and so while I like the look of this, I think that I'll give the advantage to the Dragonfly on scale. Overall size. Alright, so bigger knife, smaller knife, both of these are incredibly efficient. I think in both cases you're getting a very nice blade to handle ratio. You're getting a very serviceable blade for both of these. I actually just, before I walked out to the workshop to film this, finished a cutting task with this. It did just great. So both of these are totally fine. However, I will say overall size is a chaparral win for the reason of efficiency. Spyderco Dragonfly is absolutely an efficient knife. It's a big package in like a small body. I don't know if that's an appropriate or even correct thing to say. But anyway, you get a nice grip. You get nice all-around ergonomics. Everything is there. However, it has the same issue that the Delica has and some of the other knives, whereas it's just not the most efficient knife, even for something this small. You can see the blade still leaves a decent bit of the handle here, and on the back you've still got a decent bit of handle material right there. You can see you're not really housing a ton of that blade within the handle, and on the chaparral you have just all around a more efficient knife. So you've got right up to the tip, there's the housing, and then over here that's the pivot right there, and you're just not really wasting a ton of space. So pretty much everything is being used here. I think it's housing a little bit more of the blade than the Dragonfly. Maybe that's just a visual kind of trick, but I do think that this is the more efficient knife when it comes to space, and you're really not giving up any ergonomics. It would be one thing if I said, you have all this extra space, but it gives you these great ergonomics. That is true, but you have the same great ergonomics on this knife, so no net benefit there. All right, so overall size goes to the chaparral. Ergonomics. This one's an interesting one too. So both of these knives, I think, because of that finger choil, are very ergonomic knives. Both of them, just grab the knife very naturally, kind of falls into the hand. For my hands, I think I like both of them a lot. I think for my hands, it's going to be the chaparral. The Dragonfly is great. I like it a lot. However, the thumb ramp here is fairly steep, and I often find myself more on this top edge than I am actually on the ramp here, just naturally where my hands fall, and that can be a little bit uncomfortable right there. Right there, I can kind of, I don't know if you can see that kind of biting into my thumb a little bit. Overall, the Dragonfly in my hands, and I do have a little bit larger hand, they seem a little bit, it seems a little bit cramped. Still comfortable, but the chaparral just feels a little bit more natural. I will say that the chaparral feels a lot thinner, and that's not super comfortable to me, but it's very grippy. A little bit of a hot spot on the pocket clip.
What makes video game music video game music?
Action detent, not even going to rank these. I've said before, this is a little bit
Is it the repetition? Is it the sound?
The Dragonfly is also very smooth. It's the backlog, just like the chaparral. It is very smooth, but I wouldn't say you ever be able to click out here, and so I think these are pretty comfortable. Blade. Okay, so this one's interesting as well. So you have two very classic Spyderco looking blades in front of you. You know, both of these kind of this leaf style blade, full flat grinds, no issues, just really great blades overall. You have pretty much the same geometry there, a little bit different. So for a few reasons, I'm going to give the advantage to the Dragonfly, and really, it's not any practical reason. I think this is probably the slicier knife. Maybe. I mean, both of these are fairly slicey. It's probably slicier just because it's a little bit bigger and longer and, you know, thicker and whatnot. But I do like this blade a little bit more.
Alright, one more ball and then this is going to be the end of it.
That is just very,
Act
very
like
nice.
I'm running out of
It's
weed.
probably all aesthetics. It does feel like it makes the blade a little bit sleeker, a little bit. I don't know. It's nicer to look at if nothing else.
Maybe I'll treat myself to
overall,
that knife.
This is a utilitarian blade. This is just a very kind of
On my crop.
Tool.
Yeah.
Nothing special
Can't just
about
keep
that
buying
blade,
myself
no real
gifts, dude.
contouring or the edges came fairly sharp and totally fine. It works no problem at all. But there's something about that swedge that just kind of takes some of the visual weight off of the blade, makes it look a little bit sleeker, and I just like that a little bit better. So
Shout out Tom de Blas.
Dragonfly.
Tom de Blas,
Right,
the
steel,
boss.
This is easy. So CTS XHP, which is fantastic steel. It's performed very well versus VD10, which I don't really have a ton of issues with. You know, a lot of people don't like Spyderco's VD10. I do have to sharpen it quite a bit, but usually it's just a little bit on the strop or a very hard stone in it, and it's just fine. But there we go. Lock system, same deal here. Back locks on both of these. I'm not even going to try to pick one. If I had to, I'd probably pick the Dragonfly just because it is a little bit easier to disengage the lock bar, just because you have this little cutout here, a little bit thicker material. However, you could also say that while it's a little bit more difficult to disengage the lock bar, just a little bit, you also have a stronger back lock here because you have, presumably stronger because you have more metal in this whole construction here. As opposed to just FRN. So I think those are pretty trivial, so I'm not even going to rank those. So there we go. We have one more category, and that's intangibles. 4-2, Chaparral wins, no surprise there.
Alright, what's for food tomorrow?
Kind of expect it to. It's also the
Nothing?
newer knife,
Good
newer
idea.
technology, innovations, that kind of thing. But if I had to pick an intangibles category, probably go with the Chaparral. I love the Dragonfly, but I have to think very specifically to go get the Dragonfly out. Just because it is a backup knife, and typically I'm carrying the Rhodey as a backup knife or kind of a in the pocket carry. The Dragonfly is fantastic, but deep down in the pocket, it's a little bit too wide for me and what else I carry in my pocket. I love the knife. I do carry it quite often. I have to explicitly think I would like to carry the Dragonfly today. Whereas the Chaparral is in regular rotation as an EDC knife, and so I grab this fairly often. It's very lightweight. The wire clip works.
I figured out why
well.
my knife isn't sharp as well. It's not even my fault. Well, it is my fault, but it's not really my fault when I sharpen it. It's that
And so it's in my pocket.
I didn't
almost as much
remove a thing to give it a nice
tied at the moment. Pair 3 lightweight has been winning recently, but they're about tied. So overall, I'd pick
Angle.
the Chaparral. No surprise here. Both are great knives, but one's $30 more and a lot newer. So there you go. Don't know if this helped at all, but there you go. Thanks. What's going on YouTube? This is recap pocket clip scales a bit stiff, and while this is also a little bit stiff, I do think that the wire clip does edge it out, but just barely. I think most people would review these and say that the Spyderco wire clip overall size. Okay, so you're getting and so this is just a very small handle here, and so I think that the Pilar wins out.
Greetings, YouTube. This is not 126 bucks. This has the S110V steel, a Lynch. So price factors in, but it doesn't make or break. There's a lot of things. It's just strictly the ones I like to carry, the ones I enjoy the most. These are it, as well as a couple honorable mentions. I had to get a couple honorable mentions in there because I think there's a couple that a lot of people would probably put in the top 5.
Game out of the day.
Mentioned in this video. Now, with that being said, let's get going. Let's get started on first honorable mention, and that is none other than the Spyderco Manix 2. Now, in all honesty, the Manix 2 could easily be put in the top 5 based on price alone. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I think this is probably the best bang for your buck Spyderco you can get, period, bar none. Base price on this guy is 126 bucks. Now, this is not 126 bucks. This has the S110V steel, a Lynch clip. So this one cost me a little more. I don't remember the exact price, but it was a lot more than 126. But regardless, what you get with the Manix 2 is a perfect combination of blade length, handle length. Ergos in the handle are fantastic.
Way too long.
I really like the way the tip comes down. You have a real aggressive tip, that full flat grind that you see in so many Spydercos.
Cheers to people
flat grinds in this
who like smoking weed.
Know that. But it's just a good combination of everything Spyderco has to offer that I think we all really like and enjoy. The one thing that really kept this out of the top 5 for me that I still struggle to really like it and accept it is this ball bearing compression lock they have here. I believe that's a ball bearing in there. It's an axis style lock, or it's a spring compression.
I guess where would I be without my trolls?
It's one of the reasons. It's the biggest reason I don't carry this knife more. It just bothers me because I really like the compression lock a lot. I mean, I really like it. I'm a big fan of the compression lock. And I just don't know why they went with this over a compression lock. I can only assume that as far as like designing the knife and the engineering that went behind it, maybe it was hard to put a compression lock in the right spot back here. I don't know. I don't really see how that could be that big of an issue, but it could have been. Maybe that was why. I don't know. But I really wish it had a compression lock. If this knife had a compression lock, it probably would be in the top 5 for me. As far as ergos and action and all that stuff go, this is really a fantastic knife. And like I said again,
knife's way too big.
Can't beat it. Nice edge, nice everything.
I guarantee you, I look it up, it's gonna be like a 3.5 inch blade. I think.
So it's right in that real sweet spot for me. So just a really, really good offering, and I know a lot of people would just crucify me if I did not have this on this video, and it really does deserve to be in this video, and it should be in the video. So that's why you guys are seeing it right now.
I think it's way too big.
My other honorable mention is one that I really, really like, and the only reason this knife is not in the top 5 is because, to me, the top 5 are just overall better knives, but this one is still so good. This is the Spyderco CUMTOWN, and I don't know if a lot of people expected to see this one on the list, but in my opinion, this is the most underrated Spyderco knife ever. I love it. I really do love it. I think it makes a good gentleman's knife. I think it's a good fidget knife. I love the unique design of it. The guillotine capture action with that compression lock, and you can also do the lighter flip, which I think is really fun to do with this knife. Some people complain about this little deployment wheel back here, but I like it. I've never had a problem deploying it. Well, when I first got it, it was kind of like eating up my fingertip. I've said this on plenty of videos before. Don't use your fingertip to deploy this knife. You use the middle of your index finger and just press down and it flies out. It doesn't bother your fingertip that much. It's really not that bad. And you just have a really nice, slicey S30V blade with even as thin and it's just knife, no, it's gentleman's. Just a really, really fun, unique knife to carry. A lot of times I always have someone say, oh wow, start off with one that crying with it, you better not. If you do, you're probably gonna break the tip.
Yeah, I
But
want that knife.
it's
It's just,
still
I'm not paying that price for it.
very, very slicey. And just a really nice knife to have, especially if you work in like a warehouse and you're just opening packages or anything like that. I mean, this is a package opening monster. And on top of that, it has some pretty good ergos, a couple different ways you can get it in hand. It, like I said before, it's a fantastic slicer. And all just
Yeah, I literally would love that. That's a perfect design. That's literally what I want.
I like the weight of the blade. It makes it easy to deploy the blade when you actually are not under a camera. It goes pretty easily for you. Despite gray, tell you what, a little bit of rest. This thing flips out like it's automatic. It's a really fun knife to fidget with, I think. Not that it's a fidget beast, because it only really has, it just has the spidey hole, but it's placed in a really good location where you can pull it out very easily. And anything you want to do with this blade.
Oh my god, I went right back.
This is my second one. I had one yesterday. I got rid of that. And when I saw it on the tree, I had to hop on it. It's just really stuck out to me. And it has that, it's kind of that, I don't know, that it's just a good one. If you like Wharncliffes, this is the Spyderco for you. I can definitely tell you that. And it is just a really, really good one. The Spyderco 2. Now, as we get into the top 4 here, I really started to get hung up, and I really was not sure where I wanted to go with this because there's a couple that I think everyone's waiting for, but this one, I'm still debating on whether or not it's 4. I feel like it maybe should be higher, but I left it here, and that is the Spyderco Spidey Chef, and here's why. So here's why. You have a knife that is completely rust-proof for the most part. I mean, if you tried really hard, could you get some rust to show up on this? Yes, but LC200N is just an amazing steel that has good edge retention, amazing corrosion resistance, and it's just a perfect EDC steel, especially for most of us that are just average Joes working a regular job. You're not going to be subjected to salt water or anything real crazy. You can fidget gurus, because this is probably the most fidget-friendly Spyderco knife. Arguably, I think I would put it there. It's the Spyderco Smock, and outside of it being so fidgety, you have a fantastic blade that I think is darn near perfect for EDC. It's got that nice hollow grind.
It's got the front and the side, and
has pretty good ergos. This knife doesn't look like it would have fantastic ergos. This whole area here, for me, before I bought it, I thought it was just a complete cluster of, where do you put your fingers? How's that going to feel in your hand? But you know what? Right here, it's kind of like the natural position. It feels really good. And if you ever want to get up and do a little finer detail work, this actually feels really good. You have it's almost like a pinch grip up here with your thumb and index finger, and your other 3 fingers are wrapping back here, and you just have a real good control of the blade. I do like that a lot. The choilish area up here, not cutting me or bothering my fingers, and you just have a good amount of blade to work with. And of course, on top of that, you have the flipping tab back here, which is where my biggest problem with this knife lies. It is an absolute travesty that there's not jimping back here, even though it works fine. Works fine without the jimping. You don't absolutely need it. But if you had jimping on it, it would be a lot easier to do stuff like, the lighter flick and stuff like that. You don't feel like your hand is slipping as much. But again, I can't argue it. I can't complain about it too much because it still works. So it's what it is, I guess. But no huge issue. But you have the compression button lock, which I think is one of the most.
oh my god, I got stuck on the wall.
Fantastic idea. Spyderco absolutely hit it out.
What a tree.
It just works really well. I did take the
I'm
detail
bad.
out of mine for what it's worth. I don't think it was that big of a deal, though. You don't have to do that, really. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it, but I did it, so I mean, yeah, I do like it. But it's really personal preference. So
I'm too good.
I do like it, but do that. I also have the wrench clip on it, which I think is almost a necessity for probably 80% of Spyderco. Not because their clips are horrible, but I don't like how high the clips carry. And I also just like, I like throwing that extra bit of zip on there, and I think Casey Lynch does a fantastic job of designing quality, made in the USA, so why not, right? Why not? This is also boasting the 20 CV steel. This was a Knife Joy exclusive, and I also got these amazing. You'll like number 3, and oh, this guy's coming in at not quite the base model. Here, you guys are gonna see, right? I mean, knives that everyone was kind of waiting to hear, but for good reason. Number 2 is the Spyderco Paramilitary 2, and I mean, why not, right? I mean, it has some of the best ergos you can find on a knife. If you have big hands or small hands, I think you will probably like either one, or you'll like the knife whether you have big hands or small hands. And you can put the Para 3 in here. You guys are going to see the Para 3 in this video. I personally am not a fan of the Para 3. There's something about the placement of the thumb hole and the size of the handle. It doesn't work for me. It's too small. I really prefer the Paramilitary 2. I think the Paramilitary 2
I gotta hide.
3 is
on my last hang.
light years better. And again, that really just comes down to size, because there's really not that big of a difference between the two other than that. But it's just, there's something about the Paramilitary 2 where I feel like it was designed using my hand. And that's also the case for the next one here. But what I really find attractive about Spyderco knives is a lot of the times the Spidey hole is big enough to use whether you are wearing gloves or not. And that can be really important for some people that are working jobs where you gotta use gloves. And you
That is true.
You can't just keep taking the gloves off. Love the size of the Spidey hole. Love the placement of it.
I just try to even think about that. I don't really wear gloves, but I mean, with everything that's going on,
Really nice.
gonna have to start.
Making this knife a really good slicer, but it also has a tip again that you can work pretty hard with, and you don't have to worry about breaking it. It's just perfectly executed. The one thing that I think this knife is missing is a sharpening choil right down here. Really wish it had a sharpening choil, but at the end of the day, I mean, this knife is still one of the best selling knives of all time. So I don't think many people are missing a sharpening choil on this. You can also, there's a lot of people and I'd actually rather not model them, because one of the causes of not having a sharpening choil is there is no way to actually get caught down here. Once you get the blade on the surface, you don't have to worry about a sharpening choil catching anything and holding up your cut. So kind of nice, but I think I would still rather have some type of choil. But regardless, you have that excellent area up here for your close detail work, and again, it's somewhat of a pinch grip, that nice ramp that just sets your thumb in place. And again, this is another design to where some people think it's ugly, some people think it looks pretty darn good. I think it looks pretty good for the most part. I think the back end gets a little bubbly and a little too big, but at the same time too, there's not many knives I can hold like this where I can really spread my hand out on the knife, squeeze the whole thing, and still have a full 4-finger grip to where I have all the room in the world I want. I can back up and get a little extra reach with that blade, or I can choke up and do a little more detail work and still not have that much handle coming down at the bottom. So there's a lot of knife to work with here, and it's a lot of real estate that you'll actually use on the knife. It's not just a bunch of dead space, which I think is another thing that really separates the Paramilitary 2 from a lot of other knives that have bigger handles, is you can't always use the whole handle on a knife, and you really can use the whole handle on this. So I think that's pretty important, and one of the biggest pros of the Paramilitary 2. As you can see, I also have a clip as well as more sharp dress knives. Scales on here. I'm just a big fan of sharp dress knives. But that is the Paramilitary.
Gotta type in a nice little GG.
Now, number one is kind of controversial because I give it a hard time myself. because of the price of it, you guys already know what it's going to be. It's the Spyderco Shaman, and outside of price, there's nothing I have to pick apart with this knife because I really do like it that much. You got a almost full flat grind up here, a nice just tank of a blade with, again, that good compression lock, a nice stout handle that has ergos that I think are slightly better than the paramilitary too. Just the way they all kind of come together, it just feels better in my hand. And in this position or this position, again, you really, I mean, this is how I'm going to hold it 95% of the time. But for some reason I ever need to really just get a little extra length in my handle and get the blade out a little more, you always got it there to work with. But just so good. You can also front flip it, which is always nice. Not something you do a whole lot because the way the jimping is, you're kind of parallel with the pivot, so you kind of really have to use a little wrist, and you got to try a little harder. And it, you know, doesn't always feel great. This is not a natural front flipper, but the fact that you can do it is always kind of fun. But this is just this is like if Spyderco, this is like a ZT knife made by Spyderco, in all honesty. It really is a good hard use knife that just feels great in the hand. It has that dominant look to it, like it is ready to work and work hard with, and it's just so damn good. I like the profile of it, open or closed. Again, it's another one where the Spidey hole is located in just the perfect spot. And the best thing I can say about this knife is I got it when it was like 160 bucks. So obviously I paid a lot less for it. To get one of these guys brand new now and just base configuration is $210. So I know there was, don't want to get too deep down that rabbit hole. I know there was talk of how much extra work it was to make the scales for this since they were contoured and other things. I'm still, I don't know if I'm quite buying that. You can't justify $210 for G10 and S3V. I don't care how good of a knife it is. It really hurts the value of it. But the quality you're not losing. You're still getting good quality. You're still getting a fantastic knife. The question is, do you like it enough to spend $210 on it now? A lot of people, that answer is going to be no. But for the sprint runs that are about the same price, you know, sprint runs are not that much more. So it almost makes more sense to buy a sprint run, but then everyone knows how stupid sprint runs are. So it's kind of a conundrum here with the Shaman. But at the end of the day, I can't deny how much I like it, how much I still enjoy carrying it. And it's just a really good knife that is made for hard use, that just looks fantastic, fun to fidget with. That's why it's number one, the Spyderco Shaman. And there's also one more number one. There is a tie at number one. And I didn't want to list this on the actual top 5 because this is a knife that's very hard to get. I got lucky getting it, and it was a knife that I carried on my wedding day, so obviously it's going to be a number one for me because there's a lot of sentimental value. But that's the Spyderco Swish Buoy, Spyderco Swish Buoy. It is so hard, even when you know what to say, you still say Swish Buoy. I think it's just one of those things you just can't get over. You got to say it and then correct yourself. It's actually how you fully say the name, I guess. But no, this is the Swish Buoy, and you know, there's a lot of people that don't think it's worth the price that it is. This was $400 brand new. Well, what I say to that all the time is Spyderco didn't even, yes, technically Spyderco set the price, but we set the price a long time ago. The consumers, when everyone started paying stupid amounts of money for this knife. That's what made it what it is today. And even back then, I think it was still, what, $350 brand new? Maybe $300 to $350 brand new, even before it became this, you know, icon in the Spyderco lineup that no one could get anymore, and it was going for $600-700 online. You know, we made the price. We made the price, and Spyderco just set it. Is kind of how that went. So, is this knife worth $400? Probably not. Probably not. Am I upset that? Do I feel like I'm getting ripped off at $400? No. And that's where it can get really tricky. But I just, for one, there's sentimental value, like I said, sentimental value tied to this, which always adds value to a knife. It just does. It makes that $400 worth it, because I know I'm only buying it one time. I carry it out on one of the most important days of my life. So to me, that's kind of worth it. Now, if you didn't carry it on your wedding day, which a lot of you probably didn't, you can still enjoy it enough to justify that price. There's a lot more that goes into the value and price of something than just the materials, and we kind of deem it okay or not okay in our head. And so everyone goes back and forth on this, but just the knife in general, yeah, it really is great. It is super, super smooth. I know some people kind of referenced it as a Sebenza killer or Spyderco's answer to a Sebenza. I will say this, I really enjoyed the slow thumb roll a lot more with the Sebenza, with this swish buoy than I do a Sebenza. Sebenzas, to me, I hate the thumb studs on them. I love Sebenzas. I think Chris Reeve makes a fantastic knife, but I think there's some thumb studs absolutely suck. But this thumb hole here makes it so much more enjoyable to just roll this knife out. I actually do thoroughly enjoy just thumb rolling this blade out, which is really nice to say. And you can Spidey flick this blade, and you can, of course, flick the blade out with your thumb, and that works fine too. So there's a lot of ways to deploy this blade, but more than anything, you have just that bank vault lockup. A very, very nice blade altogether. I don't so much mind it not having that mirror polish. I mean, is it nice? Yes, but I also really like the grind lines on the satin blade. I also never had an original swish buoy, so you know, I got a little different history with this knife because I didn't really have a history at all before I got this one, so I didn't have the original to compare it to, which may be helping my overall, you know, opinion of this knife. But I really do like it. The ergos are excellent. I don't feel the clip that much at all. It sits really well in my hand. There's no hot spots whatsoever. Like I said, there's really nothing to really knock this knife on other than the price. If this knife was $300 again, it would be probably, everyone would call it the best Spyderco ever. But since it's $400, everyone's kind of up in the air about it. That I'm kind of just gonna leave the price of this to each of you guys. You know, you can determine whether or not you think it's worth it. Personally, I really like this knife. I'm glad I carried it on my wedding day, and I don't regret buying it. And it's also definitely one of my favorite Spydercos for that reason, and also just the fact that it is an awesome knife. I really, really do like it. So, yeah. So there's your tie at number 1. So let me know what you guys think. I hope you enjoyed this. This was a hard video for me to make because Spyderco does a really good job of making great knives, but they're all pretty similar. Like a lot of the pros of one Spyderco is the same for other ones. Aesthetically, they're different, but performance-wise and feature-wise, they're all so similar. It's hard to talk differently about them because they're all great, and a lot of them all have the same positive points. So let me know what you guys think of this one. I hope you enjoyed it. Let me know if you agree or disagree on anything, and what knives did I miss out that you think should be in there. Look forward to seeing your guys' response on this one. Hope you have a great rest of your day, and until the next one, I'm out.
should stretch and do some leg exercises. Yeah, you're right. Alright, I'm gonna uninstall this game. Not unreasonable, makes perfect sense. If I live stream, has to be music. Has to be Cubase. No YouTube. Cubase. Oh, the major failure. Oh, the major failure. Oh. It's over now. It's almost up. Oh, I took it right in the face. Alright, time to uninstall this game. Uninstall.
Hello, I realized that I haven't made a video about my Spyderco collection yet, so here we go. As you can see, I'm focused more on the classic lineup of Spyderco knives. The new fancy knives, I don't know, I'm not quite interested in. So let's start here on the top left. We have the Ladybug. It's basically a
that's
mini
it?
Delica. Very small 2.5 or 3 finger knife.
Yeah, I'm not getting that one.
Functional backlock and VG10 blade. It's surprising that it really works. So it looks like a small toy, but actually functional and fits into a coin pocket. Then here we have the Rodi, which is made in Italy. Slip joint, so no locking mechanism. Also coin pocket sized, quite thick blade for its size. So yeah, and legal in most places. And then we have the Dragonfly, really nice knife. It's for its small size. Again, if you have slightly wider coin pocket, it could also fit in there, but anyway, it's very lightweight, very small. With this forward finger choil, you have a full grip. Extremely functional for small size. Again, backlock and VG10 blade. Then we have the Pingo, designed by Jesper Voxness and Jens Sanso, and also made in Italy, with N690 blade. So yeah, this is a knife that's made to be legal mostly anywhere in the world. So if this is not legal where you live, it means no knife is legal. It's a small knife with a very short non-locking blade, and two-hand opening only. Then we have the Chaparral, nice elegant knife, CTS XHP blade, backlock with carbon fiber laminate handles. Nice grip, and I really like the thin blade. It's a great slicer. I only don't quite like the backlock is quite thin. Go. And a Delica, yeah. Most people like it, and it's basically the benchmark for EDC knives, but I could never really quite understand it. At first I thought it was because of the FRN handles, then I changed them, and I thought it's because the pocket clip was not quite deep, so I changed it for a deep carry pocket clip, and still not it, so finally I realized it's because of the blade. It's VG10, just like these two smaller knives, the Dragonfly and the Ladybug, but these two are only mostly used only occasionally, while the Delica is from its size and functionality meant as a working knife or everyday carry user knife, and it's, in my opinion, fails a bit in this regard, because Spyderco's VG10 is not really that great in edge retention. There's just too much downtime.
So
Yes,
what
you
was
can
the one before this?
easily resharpen
Oh, the
it,
sharper
but you
out,
have
right?
to do it all the time because it just cannot hold an edge really well. And then
That's probably the one I'm going to
my
get.
favorite, the PM2. And as you can see, it's highly customized with Boca handles, deep carry titanium pocket clip, and stonewash finish on the S30V blade. Just a great knife, and it's been beaten up so much. But
So funny listening to
doing great.
knife heads is what I'm going to become.
Some people don't like
To be
the
fair,
size,
every
but
hobby I
if
get
it's
into, I
too
turn
big,
into
then
this guy.
Yeah, there's not much you can do about it to get a smaller knife. But if you like the size, there are not many knives that are better than this. And here, in the bottom row, we have the two Sages that I own, Sage 1 and Sage 3. The Sage line is, in my opinion, a great EDC-able line of knives. Good ergonomics, good size, S30V blade, and Spyderco does a really good job on the S30V. So yeah, this is the carbon fiber G10 laminate, and as you can see, the Sage 3 is a bit wider, but it's so much fun to use. It's really a bolt action lock. It's really fun. Oops. And here we have two Chinese-made Spydercos, the Persistence and the Tenacious. This is a sprint run in blue G10 handles. Overall, the fit and finish is not that bad, considering that they are made in China. Liner lock. The only thing that I'm not overly happy about is that the blades are made of 8CR13 MOV. But at that price point, yeah, you probably cannot expect more. Even though nowadays other makers at this price point have really competitive offerings. So yeah. Anyway, here the last two knives are the relatively new S110V versions of very popular knives. Here the first is the Native 5. Great lightweight knife, very capable backlock, really smooth, strong backlock. And yeah, if you don't want to get the S110V, it's a bit more expensive. The basic version in S35VN, which is a great steel, and a good all-rounder steel, maybe a better all-rounder than S110V, and it's more affordable, just over $100. So yeah, really good offering from Spyderco. And the next one, the last, is the Manix 2. Again, my version is the S110V blade. The ball bearing lock, really nice. This is my cardboard cutter, #1. It just destroys cardboard, really great. Yeah, that's it. Thanks so much.
Alright, uninstalled. I uninstalled the game. From now on, it's music or nothing. I'm gonna make a splash screen. I have to. should uninstall all my games, man. So close to doing it. I should uninstall all of my multiplayer games. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. Like Counter-Strike and PUBG and that kind. Yeah. Oh, that's a good idea. Can't see me? That's the point. Next time you guys see what I look like, I'll have like gray hair. Yeah, I'll have gray hair. Yeah, that's the point. I don't want you guys to see me anymore. And just because they can't see me, they're gone. Cheers to anyone that stuck around. Oh, nice. I still don't know if you're a troll or not, dude. That's a fucking problem. Oh, man. That's why I think it's kind of funny. If you ever look at some of these streamers. Not the ones at the very top. Yeah, you're right. Well, you have a good point. Yeah. Yeah, there goes multiplayer games. If I'm gonna play anything, it's gonna be single player. Story-based games. You're right, dude. If I think you're a troll, then why don't I ban you? But then at the same time, it's like, if I think everyone's a troll, why am I even doing this? Like, you're right. Like, to that extent. Like, if I think you're a troll, why don't I ban you? And if I think everyone's a troll, then why do I fucking do it? Because then I just ban everybody. I should really stop this. Yeah, I think that's what I gotta do. Only thing I can stream is music. Alright, uninstall this shit. What else do I play regularly? It's gonna be a great internet outage coming soon. True. Yeah, you're fucking right, dude. You're fucking right. Why do I even do this, dude? Why do I even do this?
Bang!
You're right. Why do I do this? Oh, alright, let's go look at a couple more of these blades. That a fixed blade? Yeah. Man, if I hunted, if I was out there hunting, I'd have so many fixed blades. What are you playing? Death Stranding? I'm so glad I never got into that game. This is actually that's actually pretty dope knife. dude. Yeah. Why did I kind of knew it was gonna be that expensive. Wait a minute, how? It has to be like a 3-inch blade. Yeah. Yup. 2.8. Man, a part of me tells me, just get this other one, 'cause it has Gemini in the name. Just get it. It has Gemini in the name. It has Gemini in the name. And it's like, I can't get it. I don't know why. That's an ugly ass choil. That's way too big. I'm not about these giant knives, dude. At that point, it's like, why not just pull out a fucking sword? Right? See, that one's sweet, but not for that price. I still don't understand it. This giant knife costs $50. That tiny knife costs $200. Genuinely don't understand. It's like the same metal. It does look amazing though. It looks like a sweet knife. I'm just playing with a knife. One of them. I'm just wondering how much of a difference half an inch is gonna make. Well, half an inch on the blade, but a full inch in terms of the entire length. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. It's all technique. Thumb is just right there, right there. Thumb is just right there. Wait a minute, what the fuck is this? What am I eating tomorrow? Good question. What, bacon? So I need to cook the rest of that bacon. It's a lot of bacon. Oh, if I'm having bacon, it's gonna be eggs. Bacon and eggs. I know you're not suicidal, it's crazy. Isn't it crazy how close you are to death? The knife and it's calming you down. Yeah, I guess. I really don't see this knife as like a threat. This knife's a threat. This knife is a threat. This one needs to be re-greased, but this one's a threat. This one's way too big. That's why I got this and this one. And then the other one. Yeah, it's kind of weird how, like, the numbers I'm given at times. Now this knife is just a tad bit too big. I just want one that's like perfect. This one's just like it's like, this knife would be perfect if I was like in a fight, like if I need to defend myself and I'm like out to kill somebody, but I don't need a knife like that. That other one is like, not only am I gonna hurt somebody, I have to like chop down a fence and like chop down like tree, not like a big tree but like a smaller tree, you know, and carve down some wood. That's what that big knife is. This one is like, I have to attack either another person or like a mountain lion. And this other one is, I'm opening boxes. Let's move over, I'm opening boxes. I can cut your finger off. But if this other knife works out, then I'm probably gonna return to Spyderco. Because I'm not in love with this one. It's too big. I asked Tom DeBlas which knife he would recommend, because I thought 3 inches would be good, because my last knife is like 4 inches, and I was like 1 inch would be good, because an inch off of the blade is like 2 inches off the handle. But then you have to realize that I'm not good at math, and that's not how it works. In fact, it's the other way. It's half. So just because I reduced it by an inch, it just means that it went down, the handle went down by half. But from a 4 inch to a 1 inch blade, kind of different. It just feels good. Also, did you know that if you know how to assemble and disassemble knives, you can just upgrade your parts for free? How are they? What, they're really going to check the blade? Oh, this one says, this one has 2 letters on it and not 7. This one has SV35. Like they're gonna check that shit. If you just know how to open and close these things, you could literally get a crazy blade. Switch it out. This one's got a nice thickness to it. If the other one's just as thick, I'm gonna be kind of salty. Then that means I'm probably gonna return this other Spyderco and get the Dragonfly, because that Dragonfly looks tiny. It has small hands. Anyways, back to what I was saying. I asked Tom DeBlas for a small knife. I was like, I'm thinking 3 inches. Like, what do you recommend? He told me get the Native 5, underrated knife. Picked it up. The whole reason why the knives I pick up now all have a God, I forgot the name. Chisholm? No, choil. Yeah, there's a reason why, like, all of the knives I'm looking at and I've gotten in the future all have a choil. Even this one has a choil. This one has a fat choil. I found out that when the choil doesn't fit your finger, index finger, like, close, it's because it's for, like, a deep hold. So, like, yeah, you're probably going to cut a little bit of your finger, but not as much as you're going to cut them. But yeah, this one has a really good feel to it. I just wish this was just a little bit smaller. But I mean, I'm still happy with it. This one could be my everyday. It's a 3-finger grip, but all 4 of my fingers fit on it. I have small hands, which is why I like it. Most people said like 3.5 is like perfect for most people's everyday carry, but for me it's looking like a 2.9. 3 or 2.5 is what I want, is what I'm thinking. Because I feel like if this was just half an inch shorter, right, just half an inch shorter. The blade, I mean, if the blade was just a full inch shorter, actually, a 2-inch, well, the cutting area, so it would still need a little bit more. So yeah, about half an inch. If this was half an inch shorter, which is what the next one is, which is the Odium, that one looked like a Batum and a Pillar. I like the Pillar, but you're paying premium prices for a knife like that. Like it's nothing special. You're paying 30% extra for the brand name. And I'm out here buying the Toyotas of the Lexuses. The knife I have right now. You goddamn right, there's a Acura version of this. The knife that'll show up tomorrow. You goddamn right, there's a fucking Lexus version of that one. The Spyderco? No, this is the Acura. This isn't the Ferrari, this is the Acura though. But I don't like this one. I think I can get a smaller Acura. It's still an Acura, it's just smaller. But I think I have all the carries I need. I really think life is going to get to a point where it's going to be guns are outlawed and all you're gonna have are knives. I don't know, almost all my dreams or all these things I think of have usually come true. So I honestly think that I'm actually the one making it happen. And that's literally why I think that none of this is real. And that this is all a simulation for me. Because I don't think you guys are real. But you guys are telling me you're real. And it's very narcissistic of me to think I'm the only one that this world was created for. And I get that. But hear me out. This world was created for me, and I'm the only one here. You're just a program. This is such a nice blade swing. The only thing I don't like about it is sometimes when the fire out. But they say the other one does that too. Which I'm wondering if it's a break-in, because knives do need to get broken in. God, it's so much fun to just flick knives out. Chances are if I pull out this knife, I'm the one going to hospital. Or I'm the one dying in the street. I'm gonna lose that knife fight, dude. I'm not trying to knife fight. This is for everyday use and protection. This is more of a please don't hurt me. Alright, you're gonna try to hurt me? Well, I have a knife, so I really didn't want it to come to this. But here we go. Flick it out. Just flick it out. Just flick. Oops. Overthought that one. Just flick it out. Yeah. Don't overthink it. Stick your finger in there and just flick. Oh my god, overthinking it. Finger in there. Just flick it out. Stick your finger in it. Flick it out. Oh, I get it. It's because of this pivot point. I wonder if that's the same here. Yep. So if I don't have a good, if I have a loose grip down here, it doesn't really go down here. Oh, so if it's up here, I'll have to choke here. Pop out as much. Okay. Alright, I gotta work on my top flip. Top flip is. Oh, I see. It's the same thing. It's the same concept. Top flip is. It's all about pressing against the palm. Knife flips are all about pressing against the palm. See, this has space against the palm. Keep it against the palm. Pops out. Leave space. Doesn't pop as well. Keep the space tight. Keep the space tight. Keep space tight. Keep space tight. Fuck. Shoot it straight. Just shoot it straight. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny. I just laugh at how, if guns were so easy to get in America, I would have already, you know, blasted my head off. That's a funny thought. That's a fun thought, huh? That's a fun thought. Guns are so easy to get in America, I would have blasted my head off. My Spidey flick is getting pretty good. My thumb flick needs a twist. But the flipper requires like no effort. No effort. But alright, well, that's probably gonna be it. I can't believe I spent an entire day playing video games. Which is why I deleted that game. And tomorrow it's just gonna be making music. I don't care how bad it is. That's what I realized. It doesn't matter how bad. As long as I'm just working towards it. And who cares, dude? The trolls, people that want to see me fail, they can watch me fail. But yeah, they can watch me fail.
If you're not sure quite yet if you're really going to take to an automatic knife, because the quality you get here is really good, especially when you throw in the price. This particular model, not this exact one, this is an older discontinued one that's actually mine, so pardon the scuff. But current versions of the launch one sell for just under $100, and you're getting some ProTech. But now you can get this in the comeback. Of course, this is an opening mechanism. And we're seeing some of that come back nowadays, and I think first and foremost among that is the Buck 110. This particular version being the 110.
No way, a Buck auto launching knife.
Now you can get this in the classic old school variant of the Buck 110 with the wood inlays and the brass with the 420HC blade. That starts at about $150. The Elite version here swaps out the steel, so you've got S30V in this case, but same profile going on. G10 inlays and a nickel silver stainless bolster instead. So it's a little bit of a different look, maybe slightly more classy, a little less rustic, but I mean it's still a classic 110. Now this does have a push button release here, but the locking mechanism in this case is not provided by that push button. I mean, I can push on this all you want, and I'm actually not able to close the blade, which is a bit of it throws you off a little bit if you're an old hand at push button automatics, because your instinct's going to be to close it. But this is still a classic lockback in this case. So kind of taking the one of the most successful locking mechanisms ever to be put on a pocket knife.
That's
or a
brilliant,
knife,
Buck.
Since the 110 is more of a belt folding knife. But marrying that with a spring release on that push button, it's pretty cool. I mean, there's a lot to love about that. And of course, it's a classic 110. You've got a great all-around blade shape, great for hunting, of course, as the folding hunter name in 110 suggests, as well as being a good larger EDC if you need a heavier grip on a work knife. You've got plenty of room there and plenty of thickness there to really get a solid. This manually, you don't have 65 P38 model. And what's special about this guy, still a push button release, but this is a knife that's known as having a dual action. So you can see there as I close the knife, you've heard that little spring pop. Now the spring is reset. You've got the push button there. Pops open quite nicely, but fold it back up. Now in this position, I can actually open this manually. You don't have to use the push button action, the automatic action at all. You can just use it just like any regular old liner lock. hence the dual action in the name of this knife. Pretty cool. Pretty
Yeah,
cool
but
that
I
you don't see
know
that
this
too
tiny
often,
awesome knife
but
is
it's
gonna
certainly
cost so much.
Something nice if you don't want to be a little more flashy when pushing that.
$500.
That's a cool knife overall as well, especially for a
no
smaller
thanks.
gentleman's knife with kind of those custom knife vibes. And these guys come in with more of a lower end custom price tag too, coming in about $500.
Yeah, lower
So
end
a little
is
bit on the thicker
500.
side. Percentage of elite come to mind, but also the Gerber 06 model. Now this is one of those knives that's just super solid.
Yeah, that one
they
thug
start
life,
about the
dude.
$170 mark, 3.8 inch. All right, now we're going to talk about rescue automatics, and that gives us a good chance to talk about Benchmade and move over a little bit from the push button mechanisms out there into some of the other things, starting with Benchmade's automatic version of their axis lock. I think rescue personnel out of everyone out there probably is served maybe the most well by the rapid access and convenience of an automatic knife, especially if the adrenaline's flowing, chaos is high, and they may only have one hand available. Definitely useful. And Benchmade's Triage is just a great model, and actually one I think makes a pretty good EDC shape as well, beyond just the rescue capabilities. And these guys come in about $276 right now. The blade itself is N680, and it does have a black coating. That coating, of course, is going to help with corrosion resistance, but that N680, even without the coating, is a very corrosion-resistant steel. And you've got a really cool profile here that's going to work well at if you need to get under some clothing or other things. The tip is raised up a little bit, so it's less likely to actually like poke into the person you're trying to help, but it's got a nice slicey profile overall as well. You've also got a spine-mounted safety on this case, or on this particular knife. You just slide that forward, and that's going to work to lock the blade, or lock the lock into the open position, but also prevent it from being open if you've got it closed and slid forward. You're not going to have to worry about that accidentally coming open. But when you're ready to access, slide it back. All you do is pull back on the axis lock bar, and the springs are going to send that blade right out. The handles on this guy are aluminum with the black G10 inlay for a little more grip. You've got a single position pocket clip on this version, and you've got a glass breaker there on the end, which is very important, especially for the rescue applications, of course. We've also got one more trick up the sleeve of this guy, and that we've got a seatbelt cutter, or a fabric hook, shall we say, that's also automatic. You just pull back on this small switch, there we go, and it flies open as well. It's single action. It's not going to close automatically like some of the double action OTFs we're going to look at shortly, but nice spring-loaded action on that guy. All right, next we're going to move to the OTF, the out the front automatic, and we're going to start with something that's a little bit in between what's kind of more standard versus the push button locks we've seen so far. And this is the Heretic Knives Hydra. Comes in about $440 right now. And this is a single action out the front automatic. And where that's different is you push the button on this guy, it'll shoot the blade out, but you have to manually reset the blade. And it's done, at least on this guy, it's done like so. You've got a small safety switch above the actual push button. So this is going to be a little tricky to do while trying to show it to you on camera, but you push that guy out of the way, push down on the button lock, and you actually pull on the tail here. And that's going to essentially, once you're back here, the blade itself is under tension and it's loaded, it's ready to go. Slide that back in, and then when you're ready, just move that safety out of the way again and push. And one of the benefits of this type of action over some of the double action stuff is all of the spring tension can go towards opening the blade, and the action you get on this knife as a result is pretty much among the best out there. It is rocket fast, and you can feel that feeling in your hand when you push the button. It just feels awesome. Blade here is S35VN, about 3 5/8 of an inch of it. Nice kind of drop point, almost a spear point profile, with some decorative file work going on there on the spine, and a red aluminum chassis in this case, and just some nice details too. Like I said, that safety travels over kind of nicely. You've got a nice thumb pad here for when you go to pull open that charging handle, so you've got a nice positive grip, and a very out there pocket clip on this guy. But overall, just a really awesome action. All right, now we're going to get to the full-on double action OTFs, and there's probably two knives, or two companies at least, that kind of lead the pack on this. To a slightly lesser extent, you've got Benchmade with their Infidel series, but you've also got kind of Microtech, who just have been leading the charge on this style of knife for many years. Now, when I say double action automatic, this doesn't just push the blade open with a spring, you can also close it the same way, with either a switch on the side of the body like this, or a switch in the front like this. But the way these work is, while the blade is open and while the blade is closed, they're not under spring tension at all. They're just at rest, essentially. And as you slide this switch forward or backward when you're closing,
I gotta finish this honey, and then I gotta go water my plants,
once you pass it,
and then come up with a game plan for tomorrow. It's gonna be just making music, and it's gonna be not giving a fuck. Realistically, I need to stop caring so much.
Under $500, you got a 3 3/4 inch blade. This particular one I think is really cool. It's a $520 knife with, what do they call it? The bronze apocalyptic finish. You have that
Almost
little bit
done
of
with
bronze
this
coloration
honey.
combined with a stone washing that looks really good, especially against this.
Okay, so tomorrow's
One
gonna
of
be
the things
bacon
that
and
Microtech
eggs,
likes to
collect the
do
grease.
is they'll use
Make chicken
kinda-
this week.
they'll switch the
Maybe I
skills up a
will
little bit, I
record
should say.
it.
As they go through, they'll kind of pick what they think is the best right now to put on it, and they'll mark it on here always. This one
Put it up on
currently
the
is
internet. No one
M390,
gives a shit.
but
You're right.
CVs in CPM 20 CVs.
Fucking do it.
Or 204
Yeah, you're
Ps, a
fucking
few other
right,
things
dude.
as
Relax.
well. Maybe I've
Heard
seen
you.
a few in LMAX over the years. Could be remembering it correctly. But that's kind of fun too if you're a collector of this style of knife.
Where is it? Write it down on a piece of paper. You're right. Don't be a bitch.
Handle's a little bit offset. Double-edged dagger
You're right,
here
dude.
is offset a little bit as well to kind of echo the front line of
100%.
but you can get a
Right,
few other
I'm being a
blade shapes on this
bitch.
guy as well. I've seen tontos and spear points and drop points, that sort of
Don't
thing as
quit.
well. If you'd
That's
rather
what I
have
write.
a more, shall we say, EDC suitable shape than the double edge.
Don't.
The double edge is certainly very usable, and with those two edges and that high-end steel, you've got a lot of sharpened edge there to work with. I mean, getting a bit over 7 inches of,
Don't quit now.
CV or M390 in this case, you're going to be able to cut for a long time. We've got a deep carry pocket clip here on the back, which is reversible, so this is going to be a completely ambidextrous knife, and you've got a glass breaker there on the end as well. All right, next up is Benchmade
Touché.
Infidel, which switches things up a little bit. Instead of having a switch from the side
Don't quit
of
now.
the chassis itself, the switch is mounted on the
Alright,
face,
dude.
on the cover of the handle. And one of the advantages of this style of switch is you can have a pocket clip that doesn't have to be reversible in order for this knife to be completely ambidextrous, at least on a double-edged profile such as this, because the experience is going to be exactly the same no matter which side of the knife or which hand you pull this knife out with. Now there's a mini version of this knife with a blade just over 3 inches, starts about $375, but for $425 you get the full version that comes with a D2 blade and the aluminum handle. But they will put out some special editions now and then, including this one, which is good for I think most of the rest of 2021 if you want to get your hands on one. And it has an S30V blade with the blue aluminum. Comes in a bit more expensive at about $446 as well. Now the back side of this knife is nice and smooth, so it's going to be easy in and out of your pocket. But the front side, you've got 2 different directions of kind of milled grooves in the handle here, or milled peaks in the handle. So it's going to give you a lot of traction both fore and aft as you're manipulating the blade. And the action works the same way. It's just a front firing or a cover firing switch instead of the side fire. Build up that pressure, push past, blade flies open. Now there's certainly a lot of folks out there doing OTFs, but 2 others I want to talk about today that are kind of approaching things from maybe a slightly different angle or trying to push the envelope a little bit and are worth paying attention to are Hogue and SOG. And I'm going to start with the Hogue, and I want to show you their compound OTF, which looks not too dissimilar from what we've seen so far, but in this case the word compound really speaks to the handle construction here. Now rather than going with a full aluminum handle like the OTFs we've looked at so far, they've kept aluminum internals, but the handle itself is made out of G10 on the outside, and as such they've been able to keep the
Oh, that's
weight
a
on this
nice
guy
looking knife.
way
It's just
down for this style of knife. I mean, the last two we looked at were just under and just over 5 ounces. This particular knife comes in just 3.6. Doesn't sound super dramatic, but you can definitely feel the difference. It's going to be a lot friendlier if you're carrying it all day long, especially in some lighter pants out there. Now the Hogue compound comes in just over 300 right now, and you've got 2 blade shapes right now. You've got a Tonto and this nice clip point that I'm a really big fan of. The angles of it are just, they look really good to my eye. What can I say? This is an Alan Olishewicz design, by the way, and he gets those lines and those proportions just right. Great EDC friendly shape. We've got S30V steel here with a nice stone washed finish, although black is also available. And the handles, a few different colors out there. You can get a plain black if you want. You can get some slightly more colorful ones if you want. But the G10s that have some layering in it have what Hogue calls their G-Mascus pattern. It's still G10, but they randomize it a little bit, randomize the layers a little bit. So you get this more chaotic appearance a little bit rather than the more defined layers that you might expect to see. So definitely a nice signature element from them. This is a side firing automatic, as you can see. Action is quite good, as you can hear. And we've got a deep carry pocket clip here that is reversible. And there's a few other versions of this too. They actually make a version of this for SIG, the firearm company, that has some finishes that match some of the gun products they make. Just overall a very cool knife, and definitely a company to keep an eye on if you haven't already. All right, next up is SOG, and their new Pentagon OTF definitely needs to be talked about here. Now this isn't available just yet. This is going to be available a little bit later in 2021. So I've got a
That's kind of a bummer
right here. But this guy comes in about $350, and in the world of production or mass production OTF automatics, kind of one of the things you can never really completely get away from is there's a little bit of blade wiggle in the open position. And there are some high-end custom stuff, the Grant and Gavin Hawk Deadbolt, Deadlock, you know what I'm talking about, that have eliminated this, but so far we haven't really seen this on the mass market production side until just about now. These are by far the most rock solid OTFs on the production scale that I've held yet. Just a hint of a little bit of blade play on these pre-production samples. It's very minimal, and if they're able to maintain that into the production run, definitely going to be a little bit of a game changer. But apart from that, it's just a solidly designed automatic, just on its own merits, even apart from that. Blade S35 VN. I don't actually have a spec on there, but we'll hold it up next to that Benchmade. Yeah, about the same as that guy right there. And really nicely ground, double-edged, as you can see.
God damn, I would have
Nice
gotten this
profile
Halloween
here on the
sheepdog.
handle, a little bit broader, very good to hold on to. You got 2 pinch points here.
I know this shit's
right on
selling
either
for
side
like
of the switch in the open position,
200,
and
300%
that pocket clip on the
more
side.
than what it's worth.
Nice ambidextrous design overall. What I really like, though, apart from just the rock solid construction going on, is the switch itself. They kind of took a cue from that Hawk design I mentioned a little bit ago. We've got an oversized switch, works the same way as any of the other of these switches so far, but because it's oversized enough, you never actually see the track underneath of where it travels forward and aft, so you get the look of like a floating switch. It's just really nice. I like that little bit of detail. And of course, really nice action too. All right, now we're going to get into a little bit of a kind of funny genre, and that is the California compliant automatic knife. And this has become a genre because, of course, California is a big state. There's a lot of people there for companies to sell knives to. And automatics under 2 inches and automatics bigger than 2 inches shared kind of different legal statuses from each other. And as such, you see a lot of sub 2-inch bladed automatics out there that are dubbed California compliant. So I'll talk about a few of those here. You can get it in either of the styles too, push button or OTF. But at first, I'm going to talk about another knife from the Launch series. This is the Launch 9 in the blue finish, but a bunch of different colors can be had. Essentially the same specs as the larger Launch 1 that we saw earlier. In fact, same color just about even. But price is about $90, so a little bit cheaper, but there's still a lot going on with these knives, so they can't bring the price down too much, unfortunately.
Oh my god.
But the blade still CPM 154, aluminum handle, and about
Every
1.8
Friday they do
inches
this.
here. And it's a really
Alright.
nice little blade shape. I like this amongst all their California compliant models. It's a blade shape that just really speaks to me. And one of the other things that's kind of cool about the smaller versions or the smaller knives in the launch series is the spring action feels proportionally even stronger than the big guys. You gotta kind of hold on to one of these guys when you open it for sure. Deep carry pocket clip on this particular one, and it is reversible. And even though the lock like so is definitely a right-hand bias lock, it can certainly be closed with the left hand. Maybe not so easily one-handed for me, being a right-hander, but if you're a lefty, it might be a little easier. Actually, I usually like to close these two-handed anyway for myself personally. But like I said, you can get OTS in this
tomorrow is
style
just
as
nothing
well.
but
And this
nothing
next
but music.
one, it's another Microtech. This is the Exo set. Really shows you, the two different tacks you can take in that
Note to
sub-2
self.
range. You can either go with a
No
smaller
games,
handle as a
music.
result and go for
Alright, I'll see you
complete
tomorrow.
discretion, or you can go with something like the
I'm gonna make
Exo
music
set.
tomorrow. I'm actually gonna
Gives you
do
that
it.
shorter
I
blade
have it
length,
written
but you
down
still
on a
have
piece of
a nice
paper.
full handle to grab onto.
I'll see you tomorrow.
So it doesn't feel as much like you've got a little knife.
Yeah,
as it
thanks for
does
stopping
with
by. I
some of the
don't
other
know if
designs
you
you'll
are, but
Now you can get this in a double-edge profile if you.
I
if you
feel
like
like
that
you're
classic,
someone that went to
classic
high school with
ICF
me.
look. I actually really like this Tonto for a more utilitarian shape, though.
I feel like
it
that's
works
one
really
of the
well,
people
and
you
again,
might
got
be.
that nice full grab.
If it's not
to,
that,
to
there's
hold
another
on
person.
to really put the blade to work, and that's kind of achieved in
That
this case
person
'cause they went
lives
for a
around
money
LA,
clip style design with
maybe.
this nice broad clip on
Dana
the side.
Point, maybe.
This,
I don't
of
know.
course,
Somewhere
is one of the more popular
around that
bounty
area.
hunter variants.
I don't know.
that,
I'm
is
suspicious. I'm
definitely
crazy.
One of the cooler options out there.
I don't think any of this
But
is real.
A bunch of different
But
colors on these as well.
I'm gonna
and
make
those
music
aren't
tomorrow.
kind of
I've
pre-used
decided
like
today.
these
Hey,
are.
thanks for trolling me, dude. I think you literally
Prices on
trolled me
these
into
start
not playing
around the
video games.
$250 mark. These bounty hunters come in just over.
I mean, I know you
300,
didn't do it on
and
purpose.
you've got
That wasn't like
that great
I'm
Microtech
trolling you. It's
action.
just what happened. It's not like you were. I'm a troll. This guy. It just happened. Anyways, I'll see you tomorrow.